This House now resumes its sitting. Apologies for the brief recess as we were having some technical difficulties. Premier, before I interrupt you, or interrupted you, I believe you wanted to present a statement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a few. Madam Speaker, my first statement is on the second annual Overseas Territory Day, honoring strategic partnerships and enduring constitutional bonds. Madam Speaker, as President of the United Kingdom Overseas Territories Association, I'm honored to mark the second annual Overseas Territory Day, celebrated each year on the first Monday in June. This day offers a dedicated moment to reflect on the profound strategic importance of the overseas territories and the enduring significance of our constitutional relationships with the United Kingdom. This year's observance was commemorated under the theme, "The Strategic Importance of the Overseas Territories and the Enduring Significance of our Constitutional Relationships with the United Kingdom." Events to mark the day included flags being flown in Parliament Square, evensong choral service at the Guild Church of St. Lawrence, Jewry, and a reception at the Speaker's House, hosted by the Speaker of the House, Sir Lindsay Hoyle. The Virgin Islands was represented by the Chair of UKATA and BVI UK representative Tracy Bradshaw. Our overseas territories are not only vibrant communities rich in culture and heritage, they are vital partners in the UK family. Geographically diverse and strategically located, they play an important role in environmental stewardship, defense, security, global biodiversity, and maritime influence. Their contribution to the UK's global presence and values cannot be overstated. This day serves as a powerful reminder of the diverse identities and shared values that bind our communities. From the Caribbean to the South Atlantic and the Pacific to the Mediterranean, our territories each carry unique stories, yet they are united by a firm spirit of resilience, enterprise, and pride. These qualities not only define the character of our communities, but also underpin their strategic relevance and global reach. Over the past year, our territories have continued to demonstrate leadership, resilience, and innovation, from advancing renewable energy solutions to protecting critical ecosystems and enhancing disaster preparedness. They exemplify what it means to act locally while thinking globally. Today, we reaffirm our tenacious commitment to safeguarding and strengthening the constitutional bonds that unite us. These enduring relationships provide the foundation for mutual respect, responsible self-governance, and collaborative growth. We recognize the unique circumstances of each territory and remain focused on ensuring their voices are not only heard, but are instrumental in shaping policy and partnership. As we celebrate this second annual Overseas Territory Day, we do so with a clear understanding of our shared responsibilities and common future. In partnership, we can continue building a legacy defined by strategic cooperation, constitutional respect, and sustainable development. Madam Speaker, thank you. That is my first statement. Madam Speaker, for my second statement, I will speak on the Virgin Islands government upgrades in its strong credit rating with a continued stable outlook. Madam Speaker, I rise to inform this Honorable House of a significant and positive development regarding the financial standing of the Virgin Islands. On May 20th, 2025, the Caribbean Information and Credit Rating Services Limited reaffirmed and upgraded the Government of the Virgin Islands high creditworthiness issuer ratings of CARI AA for both foreign and local currency obligations on its regional scale. This upgrade is a strong indication that the Virgin Islands has improved its standing relative to its regional counterparts. CARI-CRIS also maintained a stable outlook on the ratings, affirming its confidence in the Virgin Islands' macroeconomic stability and the government's prudent fiscal management. This upgraded rating is a clear and independent endorsement of the Virgin Islands' sound fiscal management practices and our ongoing commitment to economic resilience and responsible governance. Despite global challenges and economic uncertainties, the Virgin Islands continues to demonstrate financial discipline, strategic foresight, and resilience. It is a reflection of the efforts of this government, the hard work of our public officers, and the fortitude of the Virgin Islands people as we collectively pursue a sustainable and prosperous future. CARI-CRIS highlighted several key factors that contributed to the rating upgrade. These include the continued support from the United Kingdom, which provides a measure of external stability and confidence in the territory's governance framework. Additionally, the Virgin Islands' strong economic fundamentals, including a high GDP per capita, were recognized, driven largely by a vibrant tourism industry and a well-regulated financial services sector. The continued use of the US dollar, a long-standing feature of our economic model, supports price stability and facilitates seamless international trade. Most notably, CARI-CRIS acknowledged the Virgin Islands' prudent fiscal policy anchored by the protocols for effective financial management, which has helped maintain low debt levels and foster long-term fiscal sustainability. Of further importance, Madam Speaker, is the one-notch upgrade to the fiscal performance sub-parameter. This reflects the consistent improvements in our fiscal indicators, including our ability to manage expenditure within budgeted targets, maintain a sustainable debt profile, and pursue reforms aimed at strengthening public financial management. This is not only a technical achievement, it is a direct outcome of our commitment to responsible economic stewardship and building a resilient economy that works for all. However, CARI-CRIS also noted that continued progress will depend on strategic investment in our human capital and the strengthening of our capacity to monitor and respond to external economic developments. These are critical areas of focus for this government. We are actively investing in workforce development, education, and institutional capacity building to ensure that we are equipped to meet the challenges and seize the opportunities of the future. Madam Speaker, this upgraded rating and stable outlook reinforce the Virgin Islands' position as a fiscally responsible jurisdiction and a dependable partner in the regional and international arena. As Premier and Minister of Finance, I reaffirm this government's unwavering dedication to sustainable economic development, the advancement of good governance, and the continued upliftment of the Virgin Islands and its people. Our journey is far from over, but this milestone is a strong signal that we are on the right path, guided by resilience, responsibility, and a shared vision of national progress. Madam Speaker, thank you. My next statement, Madam Speaker, is on government's financial performance year-to-date to April 2025. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to present an update on the government's financial performance for the month of April 2025, as well as the year-to-date figures, to keep the House and the territory fully informed. In April 2025, total government receipts amounted to 29.1 million. This represents a strong 19% increase compared to the same period last year. The increase was largely driven by exceptional payroll tax collections, which exceeded expectations by 42% and nearly doubled last year's receipts. On the expenditure side, total payments were 32.4 million, 9% higher than April last year. These figures reflect disciplined spending while responding to growing demands in critical areas. For the year to date, total receipts have reached 102.8 million. This is 2% higher than the previous year. Strong performances in payroll taxes and international trade taxes helped offset weaker than expected revenues from taxes on goods and services. Total expenditures stand at 119.3 million, 6% higher than last year. Cash reserves currently total 39.1 million, a 9% increase from last year, though down slightly from last month. Investments remain steady at 149.7 million. Our long-term borrowings have decreased from 121.1 million in December 2024 to 115.9 million, and all loan covenants continue to be met, underscoring our strong debt management. April's total receipts of 29.1 million grew Excuse me, Madam Speaker. The Ministry of Finance remains the largest revenue contributor with 91.6 million collected year to date, a 7% increase over last year. Expenditures of 119.3 million are 6% above last year, highlighting growing demands on government resources. Total capital expenditures of 6.1 million exceeds last year's capital spending by 0.4 million. The Development Fund spent 4.9 million. The RDA Fund expenditures were 0.5 million. Capital acquisition payments totaled 0.7 million, which is higher than last year's 0.1 million. This capital expenditure pattern calls for closer review and enhanced execution to meet planned development goals. Cash and investments total 188.7 million, a 9.6 million increase from last year. Cash held in domestic accounts grew by 9% to 39.1 million. Domestic investments, primarily in term deposits, remain steady at 122.1 million. International investments decreased slightly from 13.9 million to 13.8 million, while associate investments remain stable at $13.7 million. Madam Speaker, despite some challenges with capital spending, the government's overall financial performance is encouraging. Strong payroll tax collections and disciplined expenditure management have helped fiscal stability. Moving forward, we will continue to focus on diversifying revenue streams, maintaining tight expenditure controls, and ensuring the effective delivery of essential services to our people. Madam Speaker, I thank you. Madam Speaker, next statement deals with some of the economic strategies we've been employing in recent times. I rise today to provide a comprehensive update on the current state of the Virgin Islands economy, the actions this government has taken to address emerging challenges, and our vision for a resilient and prosperous future for all residents. The Virgin Islands, like many small island economies, is navigating a period of heightened uncertainty. Global supply chains remain under significant strain due to geopolitical tensions, climate-related disruptions, and the imposition of tariffs by major trading partners, most notably the United States of America. With approximately 80% of our goods sourced directly or indirectly from the United States of America, this dependency exposes our economy to considerable risk, particularly in terms of price volatility, food security, and availability of essential goods. The recent adjustments to U.S. tariff policy have already threatened the stability of prices for food, construction materials, energy, and other consumer goods, thereby impacting the cost of living for families and the competitiveness of our businesses. In response, the government of the Virgin Islands has acted decisively. Honorable Lorna Smith, OBE, and her team have developed and are now implementing the Alternative Trade Partnership Strategy, a phased, data-driven approach to diversify our sources of imports, strengthen regional integration, and enhance the competitiveness of our private sector. This strategy is designed not only to reduce our vulnerability to external shocks, but also to secure better prices, improve the quality and reliability of goods, and ensure the long-term security of our supply chains. It will enable the territory to participate in regional procurement pooling, align with CARICOM and OECS integration frameworks, and create new commercial pathways for our businesses. To address the immediate impact on households, the government has prioritized the implementation of the Protected Basket of Goods initiative. This initiative aims to stabilize the prices of over 40 essential items, including staple foods, hygiene products, and household goods, to ensure that these goods remain accessible and affordable for all families, even as market conditions fluctuate. Recognizing the need for a holistic response, we have also established a cross-ministerial task force on tariffs and trade. This body is responsible for guiding the implementation of our trade strategy, engaging with stakeholders, and ensuring that our policies are both proactive and responsive to evolving circumstances. The phased increase of the minimum wage, though delayed to allow for market stabilization, remains a key component of our commitment to improving the standard of living for all workers. A central pillar of our strategy is the diversification of our trade routes and supply chains. To this end, we have intensified our efforts to forge new bilateral and multilateral relationships within the Caribbean. This approach not only reduces our dependence on the U.S. market, but also positions the Virgin Islands as a proactive participant in regional integration and economic resilience. In May 2025, I led a high-level government delegation on a successful trade mission to St. Martin. This historic engagement will result in the signing of a memorandum of understanding covering maritime logistics, agriculture, tourism, disaster risk management, and financial services. By leveraging St. Martin's advanced port infrastructure and exploring joint marketing initiatives, we are laying the groundwork for a maritime trade corridor that will enhance our access to international markets, improve food security, and support the growth of our tourism sector. Similarly, our recent trade mission to the Dominican Republic, led by Honorable Dr. Cal Dawson, centered on the Agroalimentaria 2025 Trade Fair, has opened new avenues for sourcing agricultural products and essential goods. Discussions with Dominican authorities focused on establishing direct shipping routes to bypass costly intermediaries, ensuring sanitary and phytosanitary standards, and exploring customs duty concessions to lower import costs. Local merchants from the Virgin Islands have already begun building relationships with Dominican suppliers, which is expected to yield more competitive pricing and greater product variety for our consumers. A follow-up visit is planned for early July to finalize these arrangements and ensure that the necessary regulatory and logistical frameworks are in place to support seamless trade flows. One of the government's main initiatives is to address the cost of living. Is to ensure that we can source products efficiently, taking into account not only the cost and quality of goods, but also the timelines for importation. The creation of the protected basket of goods is central to this effort, as it provides a mechanism to stabilize prices and guarantee access to essential items, even in the face of external shocks. By diversifying our supply base and strengthening regional partnerships, we are also reducing the risk of future disruptions and ensuring that our market remains competitive and well supplied. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the government's actions over the past year reflect a clear and unwavering commitment to the well-being of the people of the Virgin Islands. We have responded proactively to the challenges of global inflation and rising costs of living by implementing targeted measures such as the Protected Basket of Goods initiative, which stabilizes the prices of essential items and provides direct relief to households most affected by price increases. Alongside this, the phased increase in the minimum wage and our ongoing engagement with supermarkets and the private sector demonstrate our resolve to ease financial pressures on families and ensure that basic needs remain within reach for all residents. Through strategic planning and regional collaboration and targeted interventions, we are building a more resilient, integrated, and prosperous economy. Our progress in diversifying trade, stabilizing essential goods, and fostering new partnerships demonstrate that, even in challenging times, the Virgin Islands can adapt, innovate, and thrive. We remain steadfast in our pursuit of a better living environment for all, and I'm confident that together we will achieve the secure and prosperous future that our people deserve. Madam Speaker, my next statement is on the increase to the basic minimum wage in the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, on the 28th May 2025, the Cabinet of the Virgin Islands approved a minimum wage increase from $6 per hour to $7.25 per hour, effective the 1st July 2025. While my government believes increasing the minimum wage is necessary for low-income workers to improve their standard of living, there are also concerns that could worsen the rising cost of living. It is therefore necessary for the minimum wage to be increased using a holistic approach to ensure economic sustainability. The minimum wage increase will be introduced in a phased approach, which follows the guidance provided in the comprehensive review conducted by the Minimum Wage Advisory Committee in April 2024. In addition to the phased approach to the minimum wage increase, a number of targeted interventions to support the increase will be introduced. These initiatives are being discussed with the relevant stakeholders and will be advanced to Cabinet for consideration and introduced as approved by Cabinet over a period of time. Some of the initiatives to be proposed include establishing a protected basket of essential goods to create a framework for price stabilization of food, hygiene, and household items, adopting a comprehensive trade alternative partnership strategy that creates the roadmap for understanding our current needs for trade diversification, including new trade routes and the path towards full diversification, diversifying food import and supply chain options through bilateral arrangements. A formal engagement has already begun with a recent trip to St. Martin aimed at identifying options for trade diversification, better price options, procurement collaboration, and other areas of mutual interest. Updating the consumer protection legislation to create a protection framework for consumers and support fair trade practices. Creating a mechanism to review minimum wage alignment as recommended in the minimum wage report as a continuous economic assessment tool to determine wage adequacy relative to the cost of living, and exploring other options including a better understanding of the rent and housing market, aimed at identifying ways to stabilize operations around the rising cost of living. As each initiative is ready to be introduced, the public will be informed. Madam Speaker, this holistic approach is part of the government's broader strategy to alleviate the financial pressures faced by residents due to rising living costs, while considering the financial impact to businesses' operations. By implementing these and other targeted interventions in support of increasing the minimum wage, the government seeks to foster a more equitable and sustainable economic environment and support the well-being of workers and the financial stability of businesses across the territory. Madam Speaker, I thank you. Madam Speaker, lastly, I have a statement on international affairs. Madam Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to provide this Honorable House with an update on international affairs. Madam Speaker, we are living in an increasingly complex and uncertain world, marked by dramatic shifts in policy by the United States that are reshaping the international order. These circumstances demand greater time, attention, and international engagement as geopolitical developments continue to unfold. There's a lot at stake. Madam Speaker, against this backdrop, my government continues to pursue a robust international affairs policy squarely aimed at advancing and protecting the interests of these Virgin Islands. Our economy is inextricably linked to North America, Latin America, and Asia. Most of our imported goods come from or through the U.S. The majority of our tourists also emanate from the United States of America. Our financial services industry primarily services clients in Asia and Latin America. To bring this even closer to home, Madam Speaker, the bulk of our higher education students are studying at colleges and universities in the United States of America, the United Kingdom, and Asia. What happens in these major jurisdictions affects us directly here at home. This is why we must remain engaged internationally, especially now. If we are not at the table, if we are not making our voice heard, we will be left behind or put aside. Madam Speaker, we also cannot forget that we are a post-disaster society. we are still recovering from 2 Category 5 hurricanes and remain vulnerable to the negative effects of climate change. Despite our vulnerability, we cannot access concessional financing. As a government of a small island developing state, my administration has an obligation to advocate for SIDS and developing countries that need international support to help them build up their climate resilience and achieve sustainable development. This is why my government is providing strong international leadership on these issues and is directly engaged with our regional and international partners. Madam Speaker, just last week, I attended the Association of Caribbean States Summit of Heads of States and Heads of Government and Council of Ministers meeting in Cartagena, Colombia. The meetings brought together political leaders from across the greater Caribbean that encompasses 33 countries and territories from the Americas and CARICOM. On the occasion of its 30th anniversary, we discussed the importance of renewing the ACS as a vehicle for regional cooperation in response to the unstable international environment. We have pledged to deepen our cooperation on trade, disaster risk reduction, and regional transportation, among other things. There was a clear recognition of the importance of strengthening intra-regional trade and developing regional transportation and shipping links to reduce the region's over-reliance on the U.S. for trade facilitation and transportation in the region. Madam Speaker, importantly, my administration is also involved in discussions on deepening regional cooperation with the Caribbean community and the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States. This has involved technical and regional meetings of senior trade officials, high-level meetings of ministers of trade, and high-level meetings of ministers of agriculture. Deputy Speaker Honorable Carol Dawson has attended the relevant ministerial meetings on behalf of the government and is doing an outstanding job in ensuring we are represented and engaged. He has been ably supported for our trade by our trade, agriculture, and fisheries officials. Senior officials are also engaged with the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, CARICOM impacts, the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the United Kingdom, and other partners on addressing the challenge of irregular migration. Madam Speaker, at a bilateral level, my government is also strengthening our relationships with key strategic partners in the region to respond to pressing international challenges and support the growth of our economy. In the margins of the recent ACS summit in Cartagena, I held a bilateral meeting with the Dominican Republic's Vice Minister for International Cooperation, Honorable Hugo Rivera. We discussed the progress of plans for an official Virgin Islands trade mission to the Dominican Republic in the weeks ahead, to build on a preliminary visit by the DIA and various local businesses in the food and beverage sector. We stand to tremendously benefit from closer economic cooperation with the Dominican Republic that has emerged as a tourism, trade, and investment powerhouse in the region. Additionally, Madam Speaker, last month I led a trade mission to St. Martin, where I met with Prime Minister Honorable Luc Marcelina and his various ministers and officials. A fruitful discussion on various aspects of economic development and economic cooperation. St. Martin is a trade and transportation hub through which the Virgin Islands can expand our international trade, and St. Martin wishes to learn about how we manage certain government processes. Importantly, Lorna Smith OBE recently led a trade mission to the Cayman Islands, with whom we are engaged on financial services matters and economic development issues. Madam Speaker, I also wish to say a few words about my administration's engagement with the UN system. The Virgin Islands continues to demonstrate international leadership at UN fora. We are currently the Vice Chair of the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America, or ECLAC, represented by my Special Envoy, Mr. Benito Wheatley. We also are Vice Chair of ECLAC's Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee, also represented by Mr. Wheatley. He is also the Chair of the ECLAC Associate Members Working Group. In these capacities, the Virgin Islands has been represented at important international fora, such as the 40th session of ECLAC, the 30th session of the CDCC, ECLAC Seminar on Measuring Development, the United Nations Development Program's meeting on sustainable financing for the Caribbean and Americas, the 8th meeting of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development, and the inaugural meeting of the ECLAC Associate Members Working Group. We have robustly advocated for SIDS to have access to development finance and climate finance based on vulnerability to help us build climate resilience and achieve sustainable development. I'm very pleased that our advocacy is helping to shape UN dialogue in Latin America and the Caribbean on these critical issues, which we hope will help to usher in changes to the international financial architecture from which the Virgin Islands would benefit. Madam Speaker, we can also be very proud that the Virgin Islands led the recent establishment of the CARICOM Sub-Regional Sustainable Development Network that brings together 16 Caribbean governments to cooperate on sustainable development issues within the UN framework of the 2030 Agenda. Madam Speaker, it is also important to note that the Virgin Islands is also benefiting from our relationship with the UN system. In March, my government, in collaboration with the UN Resident Coordinator's Office in Barbados, officially launched the UN Roadmap for Improving Development Finance to Eastern Caribbean Territories. The roadmap is designed to assist the Virgin Islands, Anguilla and Montserrat in securing development assistance for sustainable development and climate resilience. The Virgin Islands is also benefiting from the first deliverable on the roadmap. The UN system is currently conducting a study on key sectors of the Virgin Islands economy where the government can raise additional revenue. The study will be very valuable to my administration as we take steps to further strengthen the public finances of the territory. UN ECLAC will also very soon assist my administration with a population study that will provide the analysis to help guide government's policies in social and economic sectors as the society continues to grow and develop. Madam Speaker, the other pillar of our UN engagement is the UN's decolonization framework. The international community put the framework in place to provide an orderly and structured approach to decolonization based on the right to self-determination. It is meant to assist those territories on the UN's list of non-independent countries to achieve a full measure of self-government within the ambit of international law and the UN mandate to eradicate colonialism in all its forms. The UN body responsible for carrying out this mandate is the UN Special Committee on Decolonization, also called the C24. The Virgin Islands is one of the territories that remains on the UN list for which the C24 has its remit. To perform its function, the Special Committee requires the cooperation of the government of the Virgin Islands in reporting on the situation of the territory. The first leg of the process for the Virgin Islands is the UN's Regional Seminar on Decolonization, where the C24 gets initial input from the territories to develop a draft UN resolution. This year, the regional seminar was held in Dili, Timor-Leste. The government was represented by my special envoy, Mr. Benito Wheatley. The next activity in the UN framework is the June substantive session of the C24 in New York, which I will attend, where draft resolutions on territories are adopted. There will also be another UN forum on decolonization in the fall during the UN General Assembly, where the relevant issues will be taken by the fourth committee, which is the Committee for Special Political and Decolonization. The committee also votes on draft resolutions on the territories. The final activity in the UN decolonization framework is the passage of a UN resolution on the Virgin Islands and other territories by the UN General Assembly itself before the General Assembly ends. Madam Chair, as you are aware, Madam Speaker, as you are aware, the C24 conducted a visiting mission to the Virgin Islands in August 2024. That was done professionally and impartially. The report of the visiting mission was published by the UN in January of this year. The major finding of the independent UN report is that the Virgin Islands is ready for a change of political status. The report recommends, among other things, the granting of full internal self-government, a timetable for independence, and an education program on self-determination. I thank the UN for their report, which reflected the visiting mission's engagement with stakeholders from across the society. I recommend that everyone read the report, which can be found on the government's web portal. The findings and recommendations of the report are welcome and timely as we enter the next phase of our constitutional review process. The constitutional review is being conducted with a view to the self-determination of the territory, which the people of the Virgin Islands must decide. The options under international law are integration, free association, and independence. Per the report's recommendation, I have officially requested UN assistance with an education program to provide the people of the Virgin Islands to ensure that they fully understand what these options mean and what they would involve. Madam Speaker, my government will soon schedule a debate in this Honorable House on the Constitutional Review Report, in which we will also consider the report of the UN Visiting Mission. Thereafter, we will engage the population further on the issue and then put together a negotiating team for constitutional talks with London. My government's aim is full internal self-government as recommended by the UN, which goes a bit farther than the Bermuda Constitution that the UK described as a pre-independence constitution. I have already given initial indication to the UK Minister for the Overseas Territories, Honourable Stephen Doughty, that my government is seeking constitutional talks. In my capacity as President of the Political Council of the United Kingdom Overseas Territories Association, or UKATA, I've also reminded the OT Minister of the agreement between the UK and the OTs at the 2024 Joint Ministerial Council that the UK would support a shift away from the current constitutional model, which retains colonial elements, and move to a progressive constitutional relationship for all OTs with Bermuda as the baseline. Madam Speaker, I want to be crystal clear so that there is no misunderstanding or intentional effort to misconstrue or mislead the public about the intentions of my government. We believe in self-determination, but which option is chosen for a change of political status is a matter for the people of the Virgin Islands to decide. A full measure of self-government must provide full political equality, free of any residual powers or unilateral authority by the administering power to satisfy the UN. It has now been 75 years since the Virgin Islands took initial steps in self-government on the path of self-determination. We are again at a critical stage in our political development, where a decision must be made on our political future. It cannot simply be cosmetic with fancy name changes. The fundamental relationship is what must change. My government's focus is on my government's focus is on an education program and putting firm arrangements in place for a referendum by the UN recommended deadline to eradicate colonialism in all its form. And of course, the UN slated 2030 as the decade in which colonialism must be eradicated. We'll establish a decolonization commission to support the education program in partnership with the UN. My government will remain engaged with the people of the Virgin Islands on these very important matters and ensure that they continue to be updated and consulted. Madam Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to provide an update on international affairs, which there has been considerable progress. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Any other statements? I recognize the Minister for Communications and Works, Honorable Kai Reimer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to inform this Honorable House of several key initiatives that are being introduced by the Department of Motor Vehicles. These initiatives are designed to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the department while modernizing the services it provides to the public. Madam Speaker, the department will be implementing a standardized vehicle title process. This initiative will streamline and simplify the titling and transfer of all vehicles registered within the territory. It will also enhance transparency and significantly reduce the time currently be required for vehicle transfers. Another significant initiative is introducing the transfer on death option. This will allow vehicle owners to designate one or more beneficiaries, enabling the seamless transfer of a vehicle upon the owner's passing without the need for probate. This measure will provide greater ease in estate management for families during difficult times. Madam Speaker, as part of the department's ongoing digital transformation, they will be launching an online payment portal by the end of the second quarter of this year. In the initial phase, the portal will support online payments for driver's license, for their driver's license renewal and vehicle registration renewal. This will significantly reduce the need for in-person visits and help shorten waiting times at the department. Madam Speaker, these initiatives reflect our commitment to improving public service delivery, increasing operational efficiency, and embracing modern technology for the benefit of all residents. Madam Speaker, I thank you. My next statement, Madam Speaker, is providing an update on water. Madam Speaker, providing a reliable and consistent water supply has been an ongoing challenge in these Virgin Islands for some time. Confronting this challenge goes beyond merely producing or paying for water. It also involves ensuring that the infrastructure required for transporting, storing, and distributing water to homes and businesses is sound. and high performing. These secondary elements have required a multi-pronged approach. The Ministry of Communications and Works, in collaboration with the Recovery and Development Agency, has supported the government in addressing the water challenge over the last several months through reservoir metering, which is a targeted project activity. Madam Speaker, reservoir metering is critical in strengthening the water network going forward. This involves the installation of large flow water meters and reservoirs across the territory to facilitate sustainable water management. The installed meters will provide data for forecasting and resource allocation. Meters are being installed at Longbush, Hannah Hill, Carrot Bay, Zion Hill, Sabbath Hill, Balsam Gut, Meyer Cove, and Fort Hill and Tortola, at Minton Hill and Parrot Hill and Virgin Gorda, Johnny Hill in Jos Van Dyke, and the reservoir in Anegada. Meters and related equipment have been procured by Control Technologies Limited, the contractor, and the teams are currently installing these meters across the network. The installation of reservoir meters enables accurate monitoring of inflows and outflows at critical storage facilities across the territory. This data is essential to detect and reduce water losses, improve operational decision-making, support long-term water planning and conservation, enhance service delivery to residents and businesses. To date, 17 of the meters have been installed, with the project expected to be completed before the end of the third quarter. Madam Speaker, a budget of $500,000 was committed to the overall water optimization initiative. To date, we have spent $140,000 on the water management component, and $360,000 has been earmarked for the reservoir metering component. The joint commitment to improving the territory's water infrastructure aligns with this government's commitment to ensuring water security and delivering reliable and efficient public services throughout the Virgin Islands. I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely acknowledge the invaluable collaboration between the Ministry and the RDA, Recovery and Development Agency. This partnership has been instrumental in advancing our shared mission to provide reliable and sustainable water supply to all residents and businesses. Madam Speaker, I must also acknowledge the Water and Sewage Department as I commend their hard work. They have remained dedicated as they work tirelessly to ensure that water is delivered to our communities as practically and efficiently as possible. Their commitment on the ground is truly commendable and does not go unnoticed. The ministry remains steadfast in its commitment to doing our utmost best to provide and to supply the critical resource to the territory. We recognize the essential role that water plays in the health, well-being, and development of our communities, and we will continue to work collaboratively and innovatively to meet the needs of our people. Madam Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity to provide that update. Finally, Madam Speaker, I rise to provide an update to the general public and the residents and businesses in the Eastern Longlook communities regarding the status of our national sewage system. The sewage system in Eastern and Longlook has been a topic of discussion for many years. And while we have not yet reached full implementation, I'm pleased to report that we are making progress towards establishing a functioning sewage system for the community. As I've previously mentioned in this Honorable House and in other forums, there are several phases associated with this project that we are currently working on. To summarize, these phases include the repair and commissioning of the wastewater treatment plant at Paraquita Bay, the construction and commissioning of the pump station at Long Swamp, the interconnection of the gravity and pumping mains along various routes in the communities, and the eventual connection of households to the sewage system. The wastewater treatment plant at Paraquita Bay is scheduled for testing in June, following the completion of repair works, with final commissioning anticipated in July. The Long Swamp pump station is expected to be tested in July, with final commissioning in August. Additionally, interconnection works will involve sending out notices for the installation of additional manholes in the Long Swamp area. Once these key components are completed, we expect to receive sewage from the following communities: Long Look, Long Swamp, Fat Hogs Bay, and Greenland. We are currently inviting tenders for the installation of gravity and pumping mains from Paramtown to Long Swamp, which will facilitate connections for communities such as Major Bay, Paramtown, Chapel Hill, Terrace Hill, and others along this route. Madam Speaker, we are encouraging residents and businesses in the Long Look, Fat Hogs, Long Swamp, and Greenland areas to apply for a sewage connection through the Water and Sewage Department. Applications can be submitted via email at eellsewage@gov.vg. That is eellsewερage@gov.vg, or by calling 468-5817, 468-5799, or 468-5779 to speak with a representative who can assist with the application process. Madam Speaker, on June 19th, 2025, we will host the first of several community meetings in the Long Look Eastern area to provide further information on the overall project status and the connection of households and businesses to the sewage network. We are hopeful that the sewage system will be operational by the fourth quarter of 2025 as we move through the testing and commissioning processes. As residents apply, we will be able to identify the locations of homes and businesses, conduct assessments, and initiate the necessary works for connection. I want to assure the residents and businesses that the cost of these connections will be covered by the government of the Virgin Islands, as we are committed to addressing the issue of sewage flowing on our streets and into our guts. We anticipate the connections for households and businesses will begin in September, carried out by local contractors under the guidance of the Water and Sewage Department. I would like to express my gratitude to the Premier and Minister of Finance for ensuring that the funds are available to support this project, as well as the members of Cabinet and for the government, to the government loan facility that will be instrumental in reaching this important milestone. As Minister of Communications and Works, I have inherited this project, and while it may have taken longer than we initially hoped, I'm encouraged by the progress we are making towards connecting residents and businesses to a sewage system that is long overdue and will benefit the Eastern and Long Look communities. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
I recognize the Minister for Health and Social Development, Honorable Vincent Wheatley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's been a while since we made statements, so I might be here a little while. Enhanced Country Poverty Assessment, ECPA. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to address the Honorable House as we renew our shared commitment to the pressing mandate of poverty reduction, the advancement of social development, and the strengthening of evidence-based policy making. Our objective remains clear: to create an enabling environment in which every citizen and resident of these Virgin Islands can access equitable opportunities and contribute meaningfully to national development. It is with this mandate and vision I am pleased to inform this House of the ongoing collaborative efforts being made by the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, OECS Commission, with the support of the Caribbean Development Bank, CDB, in advancing the enhanced country poverty assessment across the region. This initiative is a crucial step towards understanding and addressing the socioeconomic realities of our communities. Currently, 9 OECS member states are participating in this assessment. These comprehensive assessments provide accurate, up-to-date data on poverty, inequality, and vulnerability, which are essential for shaping policies that respond to the real needs of our people. Madam Speaker, the Enhanced Country Poverty Assessment, ECPA, goes beyond traditional poverty measurements. It provides a multidimensional view of poverty by examining factors such as education, health, housing, and access to essential services. This comprehensive framework helps us identify and respond to the root causes of poverty more effectively. The ECPA is designed to A, enhance data collection and analysis to provide a more detailed understanding of poverty, B, support evidence-based policy development for more effective decision-making, and C, strengthen national and regional capacity to conduct regular poverty assessments. The ECPA follows a 5-component model established by the Caribbean Development Bank, which are 1, survey of living conditions and household budget survey, which collects data on household income, spending, and living conditions. 2, institutional analysis, IA, which evaluates how well institutions deliver social services and identifies areas for improvement. 3, macro socioeconomic analysis, MSEA, which analyzes political, economic, and social trends affecting poverty. 4, participatory poverty assessment, the PPA, engages communities directly to understand their experiences with poverty and social challenges. 5, poverty and vulnerability mapping, PVM, uses geographical and statistical data to pinpoint areas most at risk. By combining these components, we can ensure that our policies and programs effectively address the challenges faced by the most vulnerable in our society. Madam Speaker, the Virgin Islands conducted a country poverty assessment in 2003, which provided valuable insights into poverty and social conditions. More recently, the Country Assessment of Living Conditions, the CALC, was conducted between 2019 and 2021. However, this process faced significant challenges that hindered its full completion. The aftermath of the devastations caused by Hurricanes Irma and Maria, followed by the COVID-19 pandemic, led to resource constraints that affected data collection and shifts in institutional priorities. Yet, despite these obstacles, we remain committed to strengthening our data systems and enhance our ability to respond to the needs of our people. Madam Speaker, we are pleased to announce that the OECS Commission, in partnership with the Caribbean Development Bank, has resumed the Enhanced Country Poverty Assessment from February through June 2025. 2 major studies have been underway as part of this process. 1, institutional analysis, IA, assessing the efficiency of service delivery, staffing, and governance frameworks. 2, macro socioeconomic analyses, MSEA, evaluating the broader political, economic, and social trends influencing poverty in the Virgin Islands. To support these components, an MSEA and IA training workshop was held in the Virgin Islands from 12 to 16 May 2025. The main objective of this workshop was to build national capacity for the implementation of these components using the methodologies outlined in the CDB's Enhanced Country Poverty Assessment, ECPA, toolkits. The workshop, facilitated by Kyrie Consultants Limited, saw participants from 17 persons representing various sectors. As part of the IA rollout, an enumerator registration session from the institutional assessment team was held on 2nd June 2025, and an institutional orientation session for institutions participating in the 2025 institutional assessment is scheduled for 4th of June 2025. Madam Speaker, these initiatives led by the Ministry of Health and Social Development are critical to building local capacity and ensuring the sustainability of poverty assessment efforts. With continued support from Kyrie Consultants Limited, we are laying a foundation of evidence-based policy making and inclusive social development. An important outcome of our commitment to social development is the recent approval of the Virgin Islands Social Protection Policy. The policy provides a structured framework to support vulnerable populations, enhance social welfare programs, and strengthen safety nets for those in need. The findings from the ECPA will directly inform the implementation of this policy, ensuring that our social protection measures are inclusive, data-driven, and targeted towards those who need them most. Madam Speaker, our fight against poverty is not one we face alone. It is a shared responsibility. Through collaboration, research, and strategic policymaking, we can build a future where no one is left behind. The Enhanced Country Poverty Assessment is more than a technical study. It is a call to action. It challenges us to make informed decisions, prioritize equity, and ensure that every citizen in the Virgin Islands has the opportunity to thrive. As we move forward, I urge all stakeholders, our government agencies, NGOs, the private sector, and the community members to support and engage in this important initiative. Together, we can create a stronger, more resilient, and more inclusive society. Madam Speaker, I thank you. Update on the Derelict Vehicles Program. Madam Speaker, I rise to provide this Honorable House with an update on the status of government's ongoing efforts to manage and mitigate the issue of derelict vehicles across the territory. Madam Speaker, the management of derelict vehicles remains a critical financial, environmental, and public health concern. These abandoned vehicles not only blight our landscapes and tarnish our tourism product, but also present safety hazards and contribute to mosquito breeding and vermin infestation. It is on this premise that the Ministry of Health and Social Development, through the Department of Waste Management, has been working diligently to address the matter in a systematic and sustainable manner, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in March 2025, the Government of the Virgin Islands signed a contract with ENS Excavation and Trucking Services to clear the temporary derelict vehicle site located at Havers, Tortola. While a contract originally covered the removal of 500 derelict vehicles, a total of 642 vehicles were ultimately collected and prepared for export. The unexpected surplus of 142 derelict vehicles comprised mainly of vehicles that were abandoned in public areas and confiscated vehicles from the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to announce that the buyers to facilitate the exportation of these vehicles are expected to arrive in June, that is this month. And ENS Excavation and Trucking Services has indicated that the loading process should be completed by 19th June 2025. This marks an important move towards restoring environmental conditions and the visual appeal of the affected area. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health and Social Development, through the Department of Waste Management, is actively working to identify and secure a new long-term storage site for derelict vehicles, as the current site at Havers will be cleared in the coming weeks. As part of our efforts, the Ministry has engaged the Ministry of Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change for assistance in identifying a suitable parcel of Crown land for the sole purpose of storing and processing derelict vehicles and other scrap metals. Regrettably, Until a new long-term site is secured and operational, the department will have to suspend the collection of derelict cars. However, in the interim, the department will continue to issue removal notices to owners of derelict vehicles deemed to be an immediate public nuisance, and where necessary will impose fines until such vehicles are removed to an appropriate location. Madam Speaker, in addition to actively searching for a long-term storage site for the derelict vehicle program, my ministry is working on a number of initiatives aimed at improving the overall management and reduction of derelict vehicles throughout the territory. The first initiative is the re-implementation of the Derelict Vehicles Disposal Fee in accordance with the Derelict Vehicle Disposal Act 2020. Effective 1st September 2025, Madam Speaker, this fee will be collected as a one-time payment at the Department of Motor Vehicles during the vehicle's licensing process for all vehicles. The purpose of this fee is to help offset the costs associated with the removal, processing, and proper disposal of derelict vehicles throughout the territory. According to the Virgin Islands Derelict Vehicles Disposal Act 2000, the fee schedule is based on the weight of the vehicle. The three weight categories are Category A, 1,500 to 3,000 pounds, $60. Category B, 3,000 to 6,000 pounds, $85. Category C, over 6,000 pounds, $125. Madam Speaker, this initiative was previously launched in 2004, but later discontinued due to resource constraints and operational challenges at the time. The renewed re-implementation reflects the government's commitment to safeguarding public health, promoting environmental stewardship, and maintaining the aesthetics of our communities. A comprehensive public communications campaign will be launched in the upcoming weeks to ensure that the public is adequately informed about the fee structure, legal implications, and the process for payment. The campaign will include radio announcements, press releases, and educational materials across various platforms. My ministry is also actively developing a revised policy that will guide the amendment to the existing Derelict Vehicles Disposal Act. Madam Speaker, it is evident that the current outdated legislation no longer adequately addresses the territory's needs in light of technological advancements, environmental threats, rising operational costs. The new policy aims to establish a forward-thinking, integrated, and enforceable framework that supports a more comprehensive and sustainable approach to managing derelict vehicles. The proposed policy would implement the collection of the one-time disposal fee at a port of entry rather than at the Department of Motor Vehicles. It would also revise the disposal fee structure to reflect the current costs associated with the collection and proper disposal of derelict vehicles. Additionally, the policy aims to strengthen interagency collaboration among the Department of Motor Vehicles, His Majesty's Customs, the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force, and the Department of Waste Management to enable comprehensive tracking of vehicles throughout their life cycle. We envision that modernizing the Derelict Vehicles Disposal Act will improve the quality of life for residents, enhance the territory's tourism product, and promote greater financial responsibility. Madam Speaker, in closing, the government remains committed to restoring the environmental integrity of our communities and ensuring that the derelict vehicle program is executed in a structured, lawful, and effective manner. I thank the public for their patience and continued cooperation as we enhance our operations to better serve the people of the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, I thank you. I'm almost there. BVI Health Services Authority Strategic Planning Process. Madam Speaker, I rise to provide this Honorable House with an update on the BVI Health Service Authority, BVI HSA, strategic planning process, which is nearing completion. The strategic planning process began with the selection of KPMG following a formal tender process. This internationally respected consultancy was awarded a contract based on their deep expertise in healthcare transformation, financial sustainability, and service delivery optimization. Their previous work with the Bermuda Ministry of Health, the Bermuda Hospitals Board, and the Bahamas Public Hospitals Authority spoke to the capability to deliver meaningful, results-oriented strategies. Madam Speaker, the planning process has been robust and inclusive. The first phase, which conducted in February, engaged the Ministry of Health and Social Development, the National Health Insurance Scheme, the Ministry of Finance, staff of the BVI HSA, and residents from both East End and West End communities. The second phase focused on the sister islands and was completed on the 13th of May. Residents from Virgin Gorda, Jasper Neck, and Anegada were invited to share their experiences, challenges, and expectations for a more responsive and equitable healthcare system. The final leg of this process includes a key stakeholder summit on the 15th of May at the BVI International Arbitration Center. The event brought together 40 key stakeholders from across government and civil society, including representatives from the Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports, the National Health Insurance, the Immigration Department, and the Department of Labor and Workforce Development, and non-governmental organizations such as the BVI Diabetes Association. In total, KPMG engaged more than 180 internal and external stakeholders across the territory and received over 50 written responses. The resulting strategic plan, which is expected to be finalized and presented by the end of June, will guide the authority's direction over the next 5 to 8 years. Madam Speaker, this strategic plan will guide the BVI Health Authority with a clear focus on 3 main areas: strengthen finances through better planning and possible public-private partnerships, improving patient care and staff development with modern services and digital tools, and preparing for emergencies by upgrading technology and building more resilient facilities. Madam Speaker, upon the handover of the strategic plan, a dedicated project management team will be established to oversee its implementation. This will ensure accountability, timely execution, and regular transparent communication with the public. I wish to commend the board, management, and staff of the BVI HSA for their vision and commitment in driving this important initiative forward. This strategic plan signals a new chapter in healthcare for the territory, one defined by improved service, greater equity, and long-term sustainability. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Public Assistance Reform Progress Update. Madam Speaker, I rise again to update this Honorable House on the progress made by the Government of the Virgin Islands in strengthening our public assistance framework and advancing towards a system of universal social protection that is responsive, inclusive, and resilient. The Virgin Islands have made significant strides in modernizing our social protection framework through the comprehensive redesign of the Social Assistance Program. A key milestone in this reform process was the passage of the Public Assistance Amendment Act 2024 by this Honorable House. This legislative amendment provided a solid foundation for transforming the delivery of social assistance services in a manner that is transparent, accountable, and aligned with the real needs of our people. As part of the implementation process, the Ministry of Health and Social Development has embarked on the digitization of the Public Assistance Program. An interim management information system, MIS, has been developed with financial and technical support from the World Food Program. This system will allow for the improved case management, data collection, and service delivery. Plans are already underway to expand the management information system to support the full digitization of client intake and eligibility assessments. Madam Speaker, members of this House will recall that as an interim measure, increases to the public assistance grant amounts were approved and implemented this year. Although payments were scheduled to begin in February 2025, I can confirm that the first disbursements at the revised rates were made on 24th March 2025, covering arrears for February. And payments for March were issued the following day on 25th March. Today, the total amount disbursed under the revised rate is $554,033.11. These payments made in accordance with the various categories under the Public Assistance Program, including single persons, families of various sizes, persons with disabilities, and elderly beneficiaries. The Ministry continues to work towards operationalizing the Public Assistance Amendment Act 2024 through the development of a detailed regulations and supporting orders now under review by the Attorney General's chambers. Another significant development is the completion of the fiscal space analysis in 2024, which assesses the sustainability and potential financial mechanisms for expanding social protection in the territory. The draft report is currently under internal review by the Ministry to inform ongoing reforms and future policy direction. Madam Speaker, the path to universal social protection has been further strengthened with Cabinet's approval of the National Social Protection Policy. This policy provides a strategic vision and guiding principles for a more inclusive, life cycle-based approach to social protection. It reflects our commitment to ensuring that every person in the Virgin Islands has equitable access to income security and social support across all stages of life. Additionally, key features of shock response social protection have been integrated into the policy framework, supporting the expansion of disaster recovery and emergency income support initiatives. These enhancements reflect lessons learned from the 2017 hurricanes and the COVID-19 pandemic, which are intended to increase the system's resilience to further shocks. Madam Speaker, looking ahead, the Ministry is undergoing feasibility assessments for developing new legislation that will establish a comprehensive universal social protection system for the Virgin Islands. This new law will seek to unify and expand existing programs to ensure no one is left behind. Madam Speaker, the achievements I have outlined today are reflective of this government's dedication to uplifting our people, protecting the most vulnerable, and building a fair and just society. As we continue to improve the reach, efficiency, and impact of social protection in the territory, we will remain guided by evidence, international best practices, and most importantly, the voices of the people we serve. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Senior Citizens Month 2025. Madam Speaker, I am pleased today to inform this Honorable House of the tremendous success of the Social Development Department's observance of Senior Citizens Month 2025. The timely and empowering theme, Flip the Script on Aging, encourage your community to challenge outdated perceptions of aging and instead celebrate our seniors as vibrant, active, and vital contributors to society. The month's activities were thoughtfully curated to uplift, engage, and honor our seniors from every corner of the territory. The celebrations began with the opening and the declaration ceremony at the Cane Garden Bay Baptist Church, setting the tone for a month dedicated to dignity, joy, and inclusion. I was especially pleased that our seniors from Virgin Islands, Jas Van Dyke, and Enigada were able to join us in the sweet fellowship with their counterparts. On 9th May, the energy shifted to Virgin Islands for the fantastic Friday event. This was a vibrant celebration filled with games, music, and community spirit, where seniors from across the island came out in numbers to laugh, share stories, and enjoy a day specially tailored just for them. A seniors mix and mingle was held on 14th May, where meaningful connections between seniors and young persons were created. It was more than a social gathering. It was a cultural exchange where stories of old-time Virgin Islands traditions were shared, and the unique nuances of our Virgin Islands dialect were passed on to the younger generation. This event beautifully highlighted the importance of preserving our heritage through active personal storytelling. Madam Speaker, the celebration continued on 16th May with a spectacular cultural soiree, which saw over 50 seniors from St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix in the United States Virgin Islands. They joined their Virgin Islands counterparts for a day of music, dance, and traditional cuisine. It was a powerful reminder of the familial ties that unite us across the waters. Of course, the residents of Enegada had to get in on the action. So on 19th May, a Seniors Monday Fun Day was held, giving the seniors in Enegada a light-hearted day filled with laughter and local fare. Then on 21st May, our seniors got moving for Sports Day, where competitive spirit met camaraderie in events that proved age is no limit to participation or pride. Madam Speaker, this year's celebration was definitely one for the books. There was even a senior prom held on 24th May in collaboration with the Valley Sounds Land Club. The prom was a glamorous event held in Virgin Islands, and our seniors came out dressed in their finest, danced the night away, and relived cherished memories in a setting filled with elegance and joy. A major highlight of the month was the adult spell-off, Seniors Edition, which filled the Eileen L. Parsons Auditorium with an enthusiastic and supportive audience. The competition celebrated the sharp minds and confidence of our seniors. I offer special congratulations to the winner, Mrs. Sheila Brathwaite, and commend the impressive performances of all participants, Mrs. Sylvia George, Mrs. Karine McTavius, Ms. Mercedes Samuel, Mrs. Jennifer Borting, Dr. Charles N. Wheatley, and Mrs. Eugenie Donovan. Each contestant was an inspiration. Madam Speaker, on 27th May, the seniors on Jasper Neck enjoyed a dedicated senior social event that underscored the importance of inclusion recognized across all our islands. Finally, the month concluded with the Grand Seniors Gala. Attended by over 80 seniors from across the territory, was a night of celebration, gratitude, and community pride, the perfect closing chapter to an extraordinary month. Madam Speaker, the feedback received has been overwhelmingly positive. Our seniors felt truly seen, appreciated, and uplifted. The month's theme, Flip the Script on Aging, was brought to life at every turn, showing that our seniors are not our past, but a dynamic and essential part of our present and future. I extend heartfelt congratulations to the staff of the Social Development Department and all supporting agencies and partners, including the officers of the Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports, the Department of Youth Affairs and Sports, the Sister Islands Program Unit, as well as our community partners and business sponsors who supported with exceptional prizes and incentives for our participants. You have all done an exceptional job ensuring the coordination and creativity made Senior Citizens Month 2025 one to remember. Let us continue to honor our seniors, not just in May, but every single day. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Launch of the Virgin Islands Eat Well Guide. Madam Speaker, I rise today to update this Honorable House on a critical initiative in our national health agenda, namely the official launch of the Virgin Islands Eat Well and Dietary Guidelines. Madam Speaker, it is no secret that chronic non-communicable diseases, NCDs, such as diabetes, hypertension, obesity, and heart disease continue to plague our communities. Despite our persistent efforts, we are still losing too many of our family members, friends, and colleagues to conditions that are, for the most part, preventable through healthier lifestyle choices. The Ministry of Health and Social Development remains resolute in its commitment to empowering our people through information, education, and supportive policies. We strive to remain at a cutting edge, ensuring that the Virgin Islands has the tools it needs to thrive with positive behavior change and safeguard our greatest assets. Yes, our people. Today, Madam Speaker, I am proud to present to this Honorable House our latest tool in this important mission, the Virgin Islands Eat Well Guide and Dietary Guidelines. This initiative represents a transformational step forward in the ministry's ongoing efforts to promote better health outcomes for all our residents. The Eat Well Guide provides a comprehensive, evidence-based framework to combat chronic diseases by encouraging balanced nutrition and active living at every stage of life. Madam Speaker, this is more than just a guide. It is a roadmap to a healthier future. It equips our citizens with the tools and knowledge to make informed and nutritious choices every day. It reminds us that eating well is not about restrictions, but about empowerment and choosing foods that nourish both body and mind. Beyond individual health, this guide supports our national priorities of food security and sustainability. It promotes the consumption of locally grown produce and traditional foods, which are often more nutritious and help to support local producers, therefore benefiting both our economy and our well-being. Madam Speaker, the Eat Well Guide is also a strategic resource for our public health professionals, educators, and policymakers. It supports the development of unified and targeted nutrition education and programs that enhance our collective response to the NCD epidemic. The guide is built on 5 main food groups: fruits and vegetables, rich in essential nutrients that are vital for disease prevention and immune function. 2, starchy carbohydrates and grains, a key source of energy and fiber, especially whole grains. Animal protein and alternative, important for muscle maintenance, including plant-based sources like legumes. Dairy and alternatives, crucial for bone health, providing calcium and protein. Fats and oils, necessary in moderation for brain function and hormone regulation, with an emphasis on healthy plant-based fats. As part of our implementation strategy, we expect that the Eat Well Guide will become the standard tool for nutrition education in schools, healthcare settings, community outreach, and professional training programs across the territory. We also encourage the public to embrace it and incorporate it into their daily lives. The team at the Ministry of Health and Social Development will collaborate with stakeholders to develop educational materials, health promotion initiatives, and social marketing campaigns that support the use of the guide. Looking ahead, we also aim to partner with food vendors to ensure that foods prepared for sale align with the standards outlined in the guide. To further support the adoption of these principles, the Ministry will also explore and bring forward to Cabinet for consideration the introduction of a protected essential food basket. This initiative aims to ensure that nutritious food items remain accessible and affordable, particularly for the most vulnerable, and to help create a supportive environment for long-term behavioral change. Madam Speaker, this guide is not just a document, it is a call to action, a call to eat well, live well, and build a healthier Virgin Islands, one meal, one family, one community at a time. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that's my last statement, I believe. Yes. The Red Loud campaign, a territory-wide call for prevention and wellness. That's probably my most important statement today. Madam Speaker, it is with a deep sense of urgency, optimism, and responsibility that I address this Honorable House today. The number of individuals living with chronic kidney disease and requiring dialysis is alarming. To date, 54 persons are receiving dialysis treatment, each at an annual cost of approximately $150,000. An additional 8 individuals are expected to begin treatment soon, and several others are approaching a critical stage where dialysis will inevitably become necessary. Unfortunately, the dialysis program is currently at full capacity and will not be able to accommodate those on the waiting list. This forces new patients to seek care abroad, placing immense strain on families and putting lives at risk. Madam Speaker, it is of great concern to us that the youngest dialysis patient in the territory is just 33 years old. Even more troubling is the high number of individuals in the Virgin Islands living with diabetes, hypertension, and kidney disease, conditions that often lead to kidney failure and the need for dialysis treatment. This trend signals a likely surge in dialysis demand, one that our current healthcare infrastructure is not equipped to manage. While the approval of 6 additional dialysis chairs is a welcome step, it is only a modest response to an escalating crisis. The true solution lies in prevention, and this is where the Red Loud campaign plays a vital role by raising awareness and encouraging early action. To further understand the current situation, it is important to note that in 2020, the National Health Insurance estimated that between 5,000 and 10,000 persons in our territory were living with hypertension. These staggering figures demand a comprehensive response, one that not only supports current dialysis patients, but also focuses on prevention to reduce the number of individuals progressing to the point of needing dialysis. Madam Speaker, kidney disease, hypertension, and diabetes are 3 largely preventable chronic conditions that continue to significantly impact our population. They increase the risk of premature morbidity and mortality, primarily due to cardiovascular complications. In addition, they diminish quality of life and place a growing burden on our healthcare system. In response, the British Virgin Islands Health Service Authority, through its primary healthcare department and the Office of the CEO, will be launching a campaign aimed at raising awareness and promoting the prevention of hypertension, diabetes, and end-stage kidney disease. This initiative, known as the Red Loud campaign, represents a bold and proactive step towards addressing this growing health threat. Madam Speaker, the Red Loud campaign is a health promotion initiative designed to empower individuals to take control of their health, create supportive environments, and strengthen community engagement. At the core of this campaign is the launch of an online resource center, which will provide engaging content that promotes healthy lifestyles with a strong emphasis on the DASH diet. That is dietary approaches to stop hypertension. The platform will also feature an interactive story and prizes for children, helping to instill positive lifestyle habits in our youngest citizens. This is a crucial step towards shaping a healthier future for the next generation. Madam Speaker, the Red Loud campaign is set to launch on the 9th of June and will feature a range of activities for all age groups throughout the territory. The campaign will be carried out in partnership with various community stakeholders, including churches, supermarkets, and gyms, ensuring a broad and inclusive outreach. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that this is not the first initiative in our fight against chronic diseases in the territory. In collaboration with the Ministry of Health and Social Development, the BVI HSA, both primary and secondary, have been actively implementing the World Health Organization Global Hearts Program for hypertension management, as well as a Global Hearts D program, which focuses on diabetes management. Madam Speaker, we recognize that tackling this issue requires a proactive and collaborative approach, one that engages all stakeholders, including community members and organizations, in preventing the rising prevalence of these chronic diseases. Together, we can create a healthier Virgin Islands for current and future generations. I thank you, Madam Speaker. That is the end of my statements.
Any others? I recognize the Minister for Education, Honorable Shari De Castro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to update this honorable House with a few statements. Madam Speaker, my first statement is on the Meet the Minister initiative. Madam Speaker, as Minister for Education, Youth Affairs and Sports, I remain steadfast in my commitment to fostering open communication, active collaboration, and shared accountability within our education system. One of the key mechanisms through which we are advancing this commitment is the Meet the Minister initiative, a platform purposefully designed to facilitate direct engagement with the educators who stand at the very heart of our system. It reinforces our belief that meaningful educational reform cannot happen in isolation from those responsible for delivering learning every day. We are therefore committed to ensuring that our teachers are equipped with the tools, materials, and personnel they need to succeed. Consistently supported through relevant and high-quality professional development and provided with teaching and learning environments that are safe, modern, and conducive to success. Madam Speaker, we began this initiative in 2022 by meeting all secondary educators and primary educators separately to commence our discussions. It was during those initial engagements that the ministry identified our core priority areas of infrastructure, resources, and professional development. Following that, we proceeded to meet with specific groups to gain a deeper understanding of their unique mandates and operational realities. To date, Madam Speaker, I have had the privilege of meeting with several critical subject departments and service areas, including science, English, physical education, mathematics, student support services at the Elmore Stout High School, school counselors across the territory, the Virgin Islands School of Technical Studies, and music educators. These engagements have been more than informative. They have been transformative. I have heard firsthand the stories of triumph and tenacity, the candid challenges, and the forward-thinking ideas emerging from classrooms across this territory. Whether it is a science teacher pioneering hands-on experiments in under-resourced labs, or a special educator advocating for adaptive tools to better reach students with diverse needs, the message is clear. Our educators are not only doing the job, they are leading the change. As a result, Madam Speaker, of these meetings, we have received strategic resource lists from the various departments and service areas. These lists have played a pivotal role in enabling the ministry to supply materials that align directly with the specific needs and demands of classrooms throughout the territory. This targeted approach ensures that the resources provided are not only timely, but also highly relevant to the teaching and learning context. Madam Speaker, these meetings have helped to sharpen the ministry's understanding of where strategic intervention is most needed and have already informed policy discussions related to curriculum support, training pathways, and school-level resourcing. The initiative has also reaffirmed that when teachers are heard, respected, and empowered, the entire system benefits. Students, most of all. Madam Speaker, this initiative is not a public relations exercise. It is a deliberate investment in relationship building and system transformation. It is a reminder that the future of education in the Virgin Islands will not be written by policy alone, but by partnership between ministry and school, between teacher and leader, between government and community. I wish to take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to extend my sincere thanks to the many educators who have participated in these sessions with honesty, clarity, and hope. Your engagement is making a real difference. You have not only informed the ministry's agenda, you have helped shape its direction. Madam Speaker, in the coming weeks, I look forward to continuing these engagements with the remaining departments at the Elmore South High School. Next school year, we will engage primary schools and the sister island schools. We will continue to ask questions, listen intently, and work collaboratively to ensure that our education system is resilient, responsive, and relevant for today's learners and tomorrow's leaders. Madam Speaker, together, we will continue to transform education, empower our teachers, and ensure that every single child in the Virgin Islands is supported to succeed, regardless of their background, ability, or circumstance. I thank you, Madam Speaker. My next statement is on the Ministry of Education's approach to addressing serious and extreme student misbehavior. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak frankly and urgently about an issue that weighs heavily on our national conscience: the rise of serious and extreme misbehavior among our students. Over the past year, our schools have witnessed an alarming increase in incidents that go far beyond typical adolescent misjudgment. In the first 2 months of this year alone, Madam Speaker, over 85 suspensions were recorded across the territory's 4 public secondary schools, the majority stemming from drug-related offenses, violent altercations, and inappropriate sexual behavior. We have encountered weapons on campuses, students suffering from hallucinations from THC-laced edibles, and even instances involving sexual enhancement products found in the possession of children as young as 12 years old. These are not isolated events. They are evidence of a deeper systemic challenge that no school system can address in isolation. Madam Speaker, in February 2025, the Ministry of Education presented this troubling data to the National Security Council. Following that presentation, we convened a joint meeting with senior officials from the Ministry of Health to foster greater cross-ministerial collaboration, particularly in the areas of identifying at-risk students, improving information sharing, and establishing preventative systems of care. Madam Speaker, with the support of His Excellency the Governor, these discussions expanded to include top officials from the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force. Out of these engagements, 2 critical mechanisms were agreed upon: the formation of a steering group on student well-being and the creation of a multi-agency task force on student support and intervention. I am pleased to report that both bodies have been established, and the steering group will convene its first meeting this week. Madam Speaker, to inform the work of these bodies, the Ministry of Education has developed a comprehensive framework for student support and well-being, which outlines a multi-pronged strategy to address the root causes of student misconduct while promoting resilience, student empowerment, academic progress, parental support, and social development. This framework includes the expansion of school-based counseling, the implementation of social-emotional learning across classrooms, the training of teachers in restorative justice and child safeguarding, and the strengthening of re-entry pathways and alternative education options for students at risk of exclusion. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that even as we pursue national and interagency responses, schools themselves have been actively developing and implementing their own behavior support initiatives. At the Brigado Flex Educational Center, Secondary Division in Virgin Gorda, a well-functioning student behavior committee has been established. This committee works collaboratively to assess challenges and develop targeted interventions to support students exhibiting behavioral concerns. A committee of students to support students, Madam Speaker. Similarly, at the Elmore South High School, a powerful new initiative has taken root, the BEAM program, which stands for Beatitudes, empowerment, and mentorship. This program targets students facing serious behavioral and emotional challenges and offers them structured, compassionate intervention. The BEAM program held its initiation meetings during the month of May and received overwhelming support from community members, law enforcement officials, and mental health professionals. The program will continue with regular mentorship sessions, counseling support, and structured goal setting, all tailored to meet the individual needs of each participant. Madam Speaker, our efforts has also extended beyond our borders. In January 2025, with support from the BVI London office, the UK Department of Education, and the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, officials from the ministry met with representatives from the Violence Reduction Unit in the United Kingdom. There we learned about models such as the Rise Up program, which equips youth practitioners, especially those with lived experience, with the tools to support and redirect young people exposed to violence and trauma. During our most recent education mission to London in May 2025, the delegation was able to visit several of these intervention programs firsthand. At the Southwark Inclusive Learning Service, we saw a multidisciplinary team comprising of psychologists, mentors, social workers, and youth justice workers, supporting students who had been excluded from school. We were particularly inspired by the Safe Barbershop program, a culturally responsive model providing young Black males with safe spaces for dialogue, mentorship, and identity development. Madam Speaker, these are not aspirational concepts. These are actionable models that the Virgin Islands is now working to adapt and apply in our own schools and communities. Madam Speaker, this must be clearly understood. The Ministry of Education cannot and will not carry this burden alone. Schools are a critical node, but they are not the only one. What we are facing is not just an education issue. It is a community issue, a social issue, and in many cases, a public health issue. To meaningfully address these challenges, we must galvanize the support of our entire society. We are therefore calling on churches, youth groups, community organizations, and concerned individuals to continue to partner with us. The ministry will soon launch a formal call for volunteer youth workers and community mentors, people who are willing to walk alongside our young people, especially those most at risk. Whether you are a retired educator, a faith leader, or simply a citizen who wants to help, we need your presence, your experience, and your voice. These volunteers will be offered training and will work alongside educators, counselors, and community professionals to serve as trusted adults, mentors who listen, guide, and model positive behaviors. It is through these relationships and not punishment alone that we will change lives. Madam Speaker, I must also recognize the tireless efforts of our teachers, school leaders, counselors, and youth officers who face these challenges every day. They are not only educators, Madam Speaker. They are first responders, caregivers, and advocates for our children. They deserve our full support. In the weeks ahead, we will continue to refine our policy response and will bring forward legislative and budgetary recommendations to this Honorable House, Madam Speaker. Our long-term vision is the creation of a student support facility where vulnerable students can receive targeted academic, therapeutic, and life skills interventions outside the traditional school setting. Madam Speaker, we are not standing still. We are acting with urgency, purpose, and a deep commitment to safeguarding the well-being and potential of every single child in the Virgin Islands. We are building a system that does not just react to misbehavior, but anticipates and prevents it. One that does not stigmatize, but supports. One that does not cast out, but lifts up. Madam Speaker, let this be our collective pledge that we will not allow any child to slip through the cracks because we fail to act or because we fail to care. Together with our schools, our communities, our churches, and this government, we will rise to meet this moment. I thank you, Madam Speaker. My next statement is on recent developments at HLSCC. Madam Speaker, the college, with the support of the Board of Governors and the Ministry of Education, continues to make progress against its strategic and institutional effectiveness and organizational development. Between fall 2020 and autumn 2024, total enrollment at HLSCC showed modest fluctuation, with full-time student numbers declining before a partial recovery, while part-time enrollment rose steadily and surpassed full-time throughout the period, currently at 54% of 705 total associate and certificate students. Madam Speaker, this shift reflects a growing demand for flexible or modular study options, highlighting the need to ensure quality and support for part-time learners. Madam Speaker, there has been a gradual improvement in the proportion of male students over the past 5 years, from 35% to 41%, Madam Speaker. This trend suggests growing engagement with young men, especially linked to the expansion of programs in technical and marine studies, and the surge in enrollment numbers in these areas. Madam Speaker, business and computer science majors remain the most popular programs, averaging about 280 students per year, while the establishment of the Institute of Education has led to it becoming a significant department with more than 50 students per year pursuing degrees and certificates. Madam Speaker, the H. Lavely South Community College's current accreditation with the Middle States Commission on Higher Education is up for renewal in 2028. As such, the college has begun its self-study process with an accreditation site visit expected in 2027. The dual enrollment program, Madam Speaker, continues to be an unmitigated success, with a consistent upward trend of about 80 students per year. The program demonstrates a strong partnership with public and private secondary schools and ensures students are better prepared for college-level engagement. This year, the college and the Ministry of Education are working on expanding the program further, targeting technical subjects as well as improving college readiness. Madam Speaker, HLSCC also held recent sessions for students and parents interested in pursuing CAPE at the college this fall. Currently, HLSCC students are preparing to sit CAPE examinations for the first time in a very long time in biology, mathematics, and physics. Over the past year, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Education provided an additional $900,000 in financial support to HLSCC, further enabling the institution to meet its strategic mandate and strengthen the delivery of quality education and training. Madam Speaker, the Board of Governors at HLSCC has approved or revised a number of policies this year to meet both accreditation standards and requirements arising from the Commission of Inquiry. These include policies on academic freedom, advisory committees, compensation and benefits, management of contracts and appointments, performance evaluation, professional development, retirement, and the Student Academic Code of Conduct and Integrity. Madam Speaker, and what I believe to be the best part of the statement, from April to November 2024, Ernst & Young conducted a consultancy on behalf of the college's Board of Governors to review compensation and benefit packages, structures, and policies. Given the broader review of public service compensation across the Virgin Islands, it was both timely and necessary for HLSCC to undertake a parallel exercise. As Minister, I have consistently advocated for fair and competitive compensation for educators at all levels. And just as I champion salary adjustments within the Ministry for Public School Educators, I also advocated for this review to extend to the college level. Madam Speaker, in response, the Board of Governors initiated the consultancy, recognizing the critical importance of ensuring the college remains competitive in recruiting and retaining high-quality faculty and staff. Madam Speaker, salaries at the institution had not been formally reviewed since 2009, aside from a board-approved 3% increment in 2023. The final report provided clear guidance to improve transparency and fairness in compensation, aligning salaries with a new performance-based management framework. Madam Speaker, the report recommended simplifying and increasing HLSCC salary bands to align with government salary bands and to prioritize the recruitment and retention of quality faculty. It further recommended the improvements to compensation and benefits be clearly tied to performance management and career development. Lastly, it advised that practices governing the determination of compensation and benefits be made more transparent through formalized policy in order to build trust with employees. Madam Speaker, I am happy to report that the college adopted a new simplified salary band structure, which is now included in advertised positions. It prioritized improving faculty compensation, increasing the average starting faculty salary bands by 35%. Existing faculty members who were paid below these new starting points receive salary adjustments to the new starting salary for their respective positions, retroactive to 1st January 2025. Madam Speaker, as we look ahead, I have also given the college a mandate to explore the feasibility of seeking 4-year degree granting status in strategic areas. This includes beginning the necessary groundwork for accreditation of a bachelor's degree in education, where there is a well-documented national need. Madam Speaker, in closing, HLSCC, as it celebrates its 35th anniversary in conjunction with the ministry, remains committed to its life-changing mission, providing high-quality academic programs as evidenced through its world-class accreditation. Numerous articulation agreements and MOUs, and thousands of proud alumni, including myself, who ensure that we contribute meaningfully to the BVI economy. I am encouraged by these developments at the college, Madam Speaker, and I invite my colleagues to support the 2025 graduating class at the college's 32nd graduation exercises on the 12th of June at 1 p.m. at the multipurpose sports complex. Madam Speaker, I thank you. I have one final statement on HLSCC's relationships with UK universities and colleges. Madam Speaker, it is with great purpose and optimism that I rise today to provide an update on the strategic steps being taken by the Ministry of Education in collaboration with the H. Laverty Stowe Community College to expand educational opportunities for the young people of these Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, the H. Laverty Stowe Community College continues to make commendable strides in fulfilling its vision to empower students to pursue meaningful lives and careers. As part of this ongoing effort, the president of the college accompanied me to the Education World Forum in London, held from 18th to 21st May 2025. With the support of our London office, preceding EWF, we engaged in a series of meetings with several tertiary institutions, including Barnet and Southgate College, London Metropolitan University, Morley College, the New Model Institute for Technology and Engineering, Richmond American University, London, and the University of Westminster. These engagements are more than ceremonial. They reflect the very real and growing interest of HLSCC graduates in pursuing further studies in the United Kingdom. They also represent, Madam Speaker, a proactive, forward-looking response to recent and concerning developments in the United States, where the current U.S. administration has temporarily halted certain categories of student visa processing, a move that disrupted educational planning for many families and has understandably cast uncertainty over the future of Caribbean students seeking study in the United States. Madam Speaker, it is for this very reason that this trip was not just timely, it was essential. Madam Speaker, Virgin Islanders are either British citizens or British Overseas Territory citizens, and under UK law are classified as home students when studying in the United Kingdom. This legal status allows our students to benefit from home fee status, a significant tuition reduction compared to the international rates charged to foreign students. Madam Speaker, this means that our students pay the same tuition as UK nationals, currently capped at £9,250 per year for undergraduate programs, whereas international students in the UK may pay £15,000 to £30,000 per year or more, depending on the course and institution. Madam Speaker, when compared with the rising cost of tuition in the United States and the current visa uncertainty, UK study offers both affordability and stability for Virgin Islands families. Madam Speaker, I am proud to announce that this mission has already yielded results. The college has signed a memorandum of understanding with Richmond and American University London, marking a major milestone. With this new arrangement, Madam Speaker, HLSCC graduates whose degrees are accredited by Middle States Commission on Higher Education can now, for the first time, enter directly into the third year of a bachelor's program at Richmond. The fact that Richmond is also accredited by MISHI ensures strong academic alignment and facilitates seamless credit transfer. This development means a faster, more affordable, and academically efficient path to completing a full degree for our students. Madam Speaker, to clarify, in the past, students graduating from HLSCC with an associate degree would typically matriculate into year one of a UK university program. Effectively, Madam Speaker, repeating academic content they had already mastered. In some cases, Madam Speaker, they were even required to complete a foundation year before beginning their bachelor studies, despite already holding post-secondary qualifications. This not only added time and cost, but also delayed the students' entry into the workforce. Madam Speaker, in addition, our discussions with the University of Westminster were especially productive. Westminster is a large and well-established institution known for its excellence in fields that align with our national development goals. These include architecture, biomedical science, digital business, law, construction, computer science, digital media, finance, and tourism and events management. Their academic offerings and scale of resources make them a strong candidate for becoming a preferred institution for BVI government scholarship recipients. Madam Speaker, similarly, we explored exciting opportunities with London Metropolitan University, which is highly regarded for student satisfaction and teaching quality, especially in early childhood education, Madam Speaker. Their program offerings in business and management, law, construction management, computer science, data science, digital media, education and social sciences, fashion, film and television, and tourism and events management are strongly aligned with the ministry's strategic education and workforce priorities. We are exploring the feasibility of London Met becoming a preferred scholarship institution and possibly developing a 2+2 transfer model, particularly given their past association with MISHI. Madam Speaker, of equal significance are the innovative and technical programs discussed with Barnet and Southgate College and Morley College, particularly in areas such as esports, fashion, design, music production, and technical trades like plumbing, electrical installation, and HVAC. These colleges offer both degree level and short intensive certifications that could benefit adult learners and professionals seeking rapid upskilling. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to emphasize that these new UK-based education pathways are the product of long-term policy planning. In fall 2024, we reinstated the CAPE program at HLSCC, a critical step in providing our students with qualifications widely accepted by UK universities. CAPE remains a key university entry requirement, and its reintroduction was a foundational move to re-establish the academic rigor and global readiness of our student population. Madam Speaker, in closing, the Ministry will continue to support HLSCC's efforts to develop and solidify international partnerships that opens doors to higher education for Virgin Islanders. In doing so, Madam Speaker, we are creating new opportunities for our youth, new pathways for adult learners, and ultimately, a stronger and more resilient Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
I call on the clock. Members, let's just take a brief recess. This House now resumes its sitting. I call on the Premier.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to move a motion to amend the order paper to include another paper to be presented, which is the statutory instrument number 43, Statutory Rates, Fees, and Charges Act 2005. Sorry, Statutory Rates, Fees, and Charges Amendment of Schedule Order 2025. I move a motion to add that to presentation of papers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I rise to second it.
Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 6, presentation of papers.
I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance to lay his documents.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table the following documents. Statutory Instrument Number 37 of 2025, Pioneer Services and Enterprises, Amendment of Force Schedule Order 2025. Statutory Instrument Number 38 of 2025, Pioneer Services and Enterprises, PHSU Antilles Corporation Order 2025, and Statutory Instrument Number 43, Statutory Rates, Fees, and Charges Amendment of Schedule Order 2025. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I call upon the Minister for Education, Youth Affairs, and Sports, or her designee, to lay the documents on the table.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to lay on the table, on behalf of the Minister of Education, the following document. H. Lavity Stock Community College Financial Statement for the year ended 31st July 2022. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 7, notices of motions given orally.
I call upon the Premier Minister of Finance to give notice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I will seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under items 9, 1, Roman numeral 1 through Roman numeral 3 on the order of the day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I call upon the Minister for Communications and Works to give notice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I would seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under item 9.1, Roman numeral 4 on the order of the day.
I call upon the Leader of the Opposition and Member for the 6th District to give notice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I will seek leave to ask the questions standing in my name under items 8, Roman numerals 1 to 3, and 9, 2, Roman numeral 5 on the order of the day.
I call upon the Territorial Member, Honorable Skelton, to give notice.
Give notice that at a later stage in these proceedings, I will seek leave to ask the questions standing in my name under item 8, Roman numeral 4 on the order of the day.
I call upon the Member for the 8th District to give notice.
Madam Speaker, I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I would seek leave to ask a question standing under my name under items number 8, Roman numeral 5, through Roman numeral 9 on the order of the day.
I call upon the member for the second district to give notice. I call upon the territorial member, Honorable Matha, to give notice. Thank you. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 8, questions and answers to questions.
Thank you. Members, before we begin, I just want to remind you of the standing orders as it relates to asking questions and answering questions. I call upon the leader of the opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honourable House what are the bank account balances on all accounts held by the government as at the 31st of December 2024 and 31st May 2025 respectively? What do you mean? No, I said May. Yeah. Don't get excited for me. You want me to read it again for you? No. Okay. So the accounts held by the government as at 31st December 2024 and 31st May 2025 respectively. Could he do this in written form, please? Meaning, Premier, you will have a document that you hand to me and you'll read it out. So I need to have something in my hand. That's why I asked for it in written form, meaning hard copy. So you don't want it? That is not as helpful. It says written form, meaning written. I want something written that's handed to me.
Madam Chair, I have it. Sorry, Madam Speaker, I have the answers electronically, so we would have to print them.
Does the clerk have a copy?
I'm happy to do that.
Does the clerk, was a copy sent to the clerk so that we can get it printed?
You should. You don't have one? I mean, after I answer, I hand it over. But, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to go print them. That's fine.
So we need a recess to allow for that to be done? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, Madam Speaker. No problem.
All right, we'll take a brief recess. This House now resumes its sitting. Yes. Honorable Leader of the Opposition, I believe you had already asked a question.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for this question. The information presented in my response are the bank account balances held by the government of the Virgin Islands as at 31st December 2024 and 30th April 2025. Madam Speaker, we can appreciate that there would need to be a level of reconciliation on balances through 31st May 2025, and therefore I thought it best to provide the balances that have been checked and confirmed, which are the balances at 30th April 2025. The government's total cash and cash equivalents stood at $221,737,126 as at 31st December 2024, and $189,218,551 as at 30th April 2025. The relatively high cash balance at 31st December 2024 was a result of the Financial Service Commission's revenue received in December, $51,178,381 that was not spent by year's end. Hand it over. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, could the Premier tell us whether how much money was deposited or does the government have in the Bank of Asia, Madam Speaker?
Madam Speaker, one second, let me pull up the electronic version. I don't have a printed version myself unless you want me to. Madam Speaker, Bank of Asia has, as at 30th April 25, $5,035,947.
Madam Speaker, could the Premier tell us, having regards to the recent situation with Bank of Asia going into liquidation, what will be the state of that $5 million, Madam Speaker, that is the people's money in that bank? It's a two-part question. And having regards to the offshore alert information that came out on the 2nd of April 2025, indicating that the principal of the bank's assets should have been freezed in the BVI, why didn't the Premier seek to withdraw or somehow get that $5 million of the people's money out of the bank before it collapsed?
Madam Speaker, I'll be very careful how I answer the question. Of course, in the Virgin Islands, we have a strong confidence in our regulators, the Financial Services Commission, and now the Virgin Islands Deposit Insurance Corporation. They are the ones who have the responsibility for the supervision of these financial institutions. Of course, the Accountant General has a policy, the government has a policy that the Accountant General acts on in terms of support for different banks in the territory, and the deposits are spread across all the banks in the territory. But of course, Once, of course, I was advised of the situation with the Bank of Asia, consulted, of course. I was informed of what the actions would be, but these are actions exclusive for the regulator, and it's not for me to take any action, so to speak. And they have legislation which informs what should take place when a bank becomes insolvent, Madam Speaker, and I'll leave it at that.
Madam Speaker, I didn't get the full response. I just want a little clarity. Maybe if you could just answer me very quickly. Based on the Virgin Islands Insurance Deposit Corporation and the payout scales that they have, of that $5 million, how much of the people's money of that $5 million you think the government will be able to redeem based on the provisions of the bank?
Well, Honorable, that's really a third question. That doesn't seem like clarity to me.
It was tied into the first question. He didn't answer it. So I kind of just give some additional information in case he just didn't understand the question initially.
Madam Speaker, it wouldn't be responsible for me to go into that. I will allow the liquidator and the Virgin Islands Deposit Insurance to do their work, and in that process, you know, it will be determined who will get what. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, could the Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honourable House what was the recurrent expenditure and recurrent revenue for the government for the first quarter of 2025? A, could he state what was the largest expense item for the government besides personal emoluments, and state how much that particular expenditure was? And could he state what was the largest contributor to government's revenue for the same period? If you could answer in that order rather than giving me answers in one swoop, Premier, I'd appreciate that.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Leader of the Opposition for the question. Madam Speaker, the total recurrent expenditure at the end of the first quarter of 2025 totaled $86,769,933, while recurrent revenue for the same period stood at $73,806,699. Madam Speaker, the largest expenditure besides personal emoluments during the first quarter of 2025 was grants, totaling $22,877,902. Madam Speaker, the largest contributor to the government's revenue during the first quarter of 2025 is financial services, in the amount of $29,455,242. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. Madam Speaker, just two follow-up questions. Premier, just in case I didn't get it right, you're saying that the recurrent expenditure for the period of the first quarter was $86 million, and the recurrent revenue is $73 million, which means that you're running a deficit in the first quarter of $13 million. That is a very worrying trend, I would imagine, having regards to the fact that we've already indicated that for 2025, your recurrent revenue will be less than your recurrent expenditure. Now you're at $13 million out in the first quarter. What is your plan to address this, Madam Speaker?
Madam Speaker, for those who may not know, government would get the great bulk of its revenue with the financial services in May. It would come into government by June, and the same thing in November, where it comes in December. So somewhat misleading, Madam Speaker, to say we're in a deficit. The money generally that we get in December generally has to last us up until May, June, when the next tranche of money comes in from the financial services. So actually we're doing well because generally we try to have some money from the year before that can take us through the first 2 quarters. And we actually have been going quite far without touching the money that was transferred from 2024 to 2025, which that money, over $20 million, was put in a CD, and we haven't had to touch it as yet. And we're in June now, and we'll look and see what revenue we get from the financial services moving forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, can the Premier elaborate a bit more on this $22 million grant that represents the largest expense for the government for the first quarter?
Madam Speaker, I thank the Leader of the Opposition for the follow-up, and I should have said that those grants represent subventions from the government to the statutory boards, which would represent the biggest expense outside of personal emoluments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I accept what the Premier said, which means I have another follow-up because he should have given me that question before.
Honorable, still 2. We can move on to the next question.
Question number 3. Madam Speaker, could the Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House whether his government has already accessed the $100 million loan facility, and if it has, could he state how much of those funds have been drawn down? A. B. Could he provide a comprehensive plan in writing for the use of the entire loan facility with timelines for completion of each project? C. Could he list out the projects by district? And D. Could he state what method was used to decide which projects were priority, and with whom did he consult, if anyone, to come up with that determination? And if you could answer the questions in that order rather than in one swoop, I'll be grateful, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question. Madam Speaker, the answer is yes. The government has already accessed a $100 million loan facility. Madam Speaker, when the $100 million loan facility was signed on the 31st October 2024 with the Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce, a disbursement of $10 million was made to the government. Madam Speaker, a prerequisite to obtaining a loan was the development of a comprehensive plan, which included the intended infrastructure projects to be funded by the loan facility, and proposed cost plan with estimated amounts and timelines for completion of each project. Madam Speaker, this is aligned with the time period for full disbursement of the loan. The plan was incorporated into the 2025 budget estimates with forward years. Madam Speaker, as a point of information, 2 projects that were identified under the loan agreement had to be removed from the plan, as they are in fact recurrent expenditures and were therefore funded in the budget through local recurrent funds. These projects include Joe's Hill Manor Housing Program and removal of derelict boats throughout the territory. The allocation of these funds will be identified at a later stage. Madam Speaker, a total of $30.02 million was originally projected to be spent in 2025. However, this was later adjusted to $29.02 with the removal of the 2 aforementioned projects and adjustment to the allocations for Elmer Stout High School redevelopment and construction of our National Detention Center. A total of $52.02 million and $13.38 million were allocated in 2026 and 2027, respectively. Madam Speaker, I should say the Ministry of Finance was not able to provide me with, at the time when these questions were to be answered, the comprehensive list of the projects with the timelines for completion. and I'll have to provide that subsequently, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the project list. Madam Speaker, projects earmarked to be funded by the loans by district are as follows. In District 2, the National Sewage Program in King Garden Bay. In District 4, the ESHS redevelopment and the Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital Improvement Plan, Ralph T. O'Neill Administration Complex, and the Road Town Improvement Plan. Madam Speaker, in District 7, funds have been allocated focused on the construction of social housing at Long Look, or the Alms House, and the National Sewage Program for both the 7th and 8th districts. Additionally, in District 8, focus will be on development projects at the Terence B. Ledsum International Airport. All districts will benefit from the projects, water network improvements, and the reconstruction and improvement of primary roads on Tortola, Virgin Gorda, and Jos Van Dyke. Madam Speaker, the project list was initially developed based on critical projects identified in the Recovery to Development Plan that had not been addressed over the years due to a lack of funding. Thereafter, finalization of the list was determined through consultation with the ministries responsible for the respective portfolios, inclusive of the responsible ministers, and in response to the needs of the public. These projects are ones that would create national impact, improve safety, and at the same time promote a thriving socio-economic environment. Madam Speaker, I acknowledge that all projects initially identified from the Recovery to Development Plan could not be accommodated, and those remain candidates for future funding considerations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the Premier indicated that he had to provide a comprehensive plan to the bank. Even though my question asks for the plan and with timelines, Premier, do you have a copy of the comprehensive plan for us to view? Because I asked for that and you haven't provided it.
Madam Speaker, my understanding was the member wanted a plan that included project timelines.
Yes. Comprehensive plan with all the projects and the timelines for them, but you didn't.
Madam Speaker,
You didn't give me either.
Ministry of Finance did not provide me with that. I can provide that subsequently. I'll see if that can be provided by tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, it's important that when we ask the questions, we get the information right away, because there might be follow-up questions that members get deprived of asking because the information is not provided. Of the $10 million, Madam Speaker, that has been drawn down, can you speak to that you have used already?
No, Madam Speaker, not in the position to say how much has been used. A lot of those projects are in process. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the Premier Minister of Tourism recently stated that cruise ship arrivals were down for the first quarter of this year. Could he state why this was the case, A? State what are his government plans to address this? And C, could he state what method is currently being used in his calculation of cruise passenger arrivals, whether it is based on the actual ship capacity or based on the number of passengers that actually come off the ship in the Virgin Islands? If you could answer in that order, I would appreciate it.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question. Madam Speaker, firstly, it is important to note that the decrease from 2024 to 2025 was negligible. In 2024, we had the highest first quarter numbers in the history of the territory, 393,614 cruise passengers. In 2025, we had the second highest first quarter in history, 383,776 cruise passengers, a difference of 9,838 cruise passengers. To put this in context, I will list the first quarters of the last 5 normal years, excluding the COVID and or Maria years. Cruise arrivals for the first quarter of 2023 were 299,036. 2019 was 276,755. 2017 was 280,909. And 2016 was 295,934. And 2015 was 210,717. Therefore, it is clear that even though cruise arrivals fell by 9,838 passengers, this is still 84,740 passengers more than the year with the next highest arrival numbers. Approximate reasons for the decline may rest with the ebb and flow of bookings by cruise clients to travel on cruise lines. Moreover, some cruise lines may also make strategic decisions to vary their schedules for different reasons, such as guest demand, mechanical and other operational factors. Sometimes those decisions will affect certain destinations, and the Virgin Islands will not be the only country affected. We received 7,515 less passengers in the first quarter of 2025 due to the following reasons. Morella Voyager, 2,651 persons, which reported mechanical problems. Clara, 36 persons due to mechanical problems. NCL Breakaway, a cancellation of a ship with 4,028 persons. And Hamburg, 800 persons, which visited the territory in the fourth quarter of 2024 instead of the first quarter of 2025. All other cancellations in the first quarter rescheduled with the same ship, one that had a slightly higher potential passenger count, which was in each instance under 200 passengers. While acknowledging the reduction in cruise arrivals for the first quarter 2025, it is important to note that for April and May 2025, the combined cruise arrivals amounted to 87,091 passengers. This compares to 75,502 cruise arrivals for the same months in 2024. This represents a 15.3% increase in cruise passengers when comparing the two periods. Additionally, cruise ship calls to the Virgin Islands for April and May of 2025 were 37 versus 30 for April and May of 2024, an increase of 23.3% in the number of calls. Madam Speaker, the Territory has negotiated visitor guarantees. This is answer 4B. Guarantees with Norwegian Cruise Line ensure 350,000 passengers, and Disney Cruise Line ensures 75,000 passengers per annum. Annual visitors levels beyond the 425,000 passengers are not contracted and therefore are based on guest demand. Cruise lines may adjust their itinerary to meet that demand, and the Virgin Islands is an appealing destination in high demand. Moreover, my administration has actively pursued more business from smaller luxury lines, especially for the sister islands, in addition to working very closely with agents and cruise lines to enhance the product and amenities on island. It is important to note that we are in the process of establishing a tourism policy, which will dictate the numbers of cruise passengers that we will seek to attract in accordance with a sustainable tourism strategy. Madam Speaker, calculation of cruise passenger arrivals is based on the number of individuals on the ship, regardless of whether they disembark. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wonder if the Premier could tell us whether with these numbers, for instance, he said it was 383,776 cruise passengers for the first quarter. Premier, do you know, have you, as Minister of Tourism, spoken to, let's say, for instance, the folks at Craft Alive and different vendors in the immediate area to see the impact of the quality of passengers who we have coming to the territory right now on cruise ships?
Madam Speaker, I haven't spoken specifically to Craft Alive, but I've spoken to certain businesses on Pier Pack, and depending on the ship, you have different types of spending patterns, different type of of businesses, also depending on the nationality as well, as certain nationalities and certain, ships that come from particular areas tend to spend their money differently. So I don't have one particular view as it pertains to the entire number of cruise passengers. It seems to vary based on the ship and based on where the ship is coming from.
And Madam Speaker, just one more question. So based on those ships that you would have identified as the ones that provide greater business opportunities, whether because of demographics or location, have you looked to see or develop a plan to try to get more of that particular demographic or type of ship coming from that region to increase business activity?
Madam Speaker, in the tourism policy that we're developing, that forms a part of it. And of course, from the policy, we're going to also move on to a plan, and that will form a basis of the plan. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. Madam Speaker, question number 5. Madam Speaker, could the Premier and Minister of Finance please provide this Honourable House with a detailed breakdown in written form? We haven't been getting that part done, Premier. In written form of the benefits to taxpayers for the sponsorship in the region of $300,000 for the Vibe Cartel show. A, could he state whether he is still of the view that with all the other pressing issues facing the territory, that this was the best use of taxpayers' money, A, and B, 2 of his cabinet ministers at that time, in addition to members of the opposition and members of the public, showed their contempt for this decision. Could he state why he ignored those concerns and still proceeded to provide this funding to a party anyway?
Madam Speaker, I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question. Madam Speaker, firstly, it is important to ensure we are accurate when sharing information to the public. So we cannot be accused of misrepresentation of the facts and manipulation of public perception. The government of the Virgin Islands contributed $220,000 as sponsorship for the Vibes Cartel and Friends Black on Black concert, which was hosted on the 16th March 2025. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I take exception to describing this event merely as a party. I want to remind the Leader of the Opposition that the entertainment industry is a valid and highly important part of our tourism sector and our wider economy. It helps to put food on the table of promoters, DJs, media professionals, our creative community, food and beverage providers, fashion suppliers, barbers, hairstylists, among others. The work of this important community should not be minimized or trivialized. Our strategy to diversify our tourism offerings by investment in entertainment tourism is a well-known strategy. Just in our region alone, governments either sponsor or fully fund a number of music festivals. These include the highly successful St. Kitts Music Festival, Dominica's World Creole Music Festival, St. Lucia's Jazz Festival, Jamaica's Sumfest, and a bevy of carnivals among many other events throughout the region. In regard to the Black on Black event, this investment was part of a broader public-private partnership model in which the private promoter, YOLO Promotions, funded and managed the majority of the event's costs, which exceeded $600,000 in total. Mr. Parolan, in my view, should be applauded for pulling off the event, where other larger countries were not successful in materializing a Vibes Cartel performance, which is in high demand. The demand for Vibes Cartel performance is evident on his recent success on tour. He became the first dancehall artist to sell out London's O2 Arena not once but twice. This is following him joining Buju Banton as the only dancehall artist to sell out Barclays Arena in Brooklyn back-to-back. In the Virgin Islands, the popularity of Vybz Kartel resulted in persons visiting from as far as Alaska. I even witnessed persons who flew from Europe. Many persons traveled directly to the Virgin Islands and spent money in our economy. One person told me that he alone spent $4,000. Therefore, benefits to taxpayers include the following: direct economic activity, tourism impact. Anecdotal data suggests higher hotel and vacation rental occupancy on Tortola, with overflow bookings on nearby islands. Transportation reported higher use of ferries and fully booked car rental agencies. Food and beverage, high customer volume at restaurants and bars, some of which extended their hours. Retail and services, notable uptick in demand for barbers, salons, and clothing outlets before the event, especially in the Roadtown area with some establishments extending hours. Social media and global exposure, over 3 million global impressions, with viral content reaching viewers from over 30 countries across North America, Europe, the Caribbean, Africa, Asia, and South America. First global pay-per-view stream originating from the BVI. Strategic long-term value. Position the BVI as a viable host for large-scale cultural events. It promoted youth engagement and skill building in media and production. It strengthened cultural branding and diaspora engagement. And it laid the groundwork for future music tourism initiatives and off-season visitation growth. While acknowledging the territory's many competing priorities, the sponsorship of this event was a strategic investment rather than discretionary entertainment spending. It delivered immediate economic returns in excess of the public investment, elevated the BVI's international visibility and tourism brand, catalyzed future opportunities in music tourism, cultural programming, and public-private partnerships, functioned as a proof of concept for replicable revenue-generating events, aligned with tourism diversification goals. In light of the measurable impact and broader strategic benefits, this expenditure can be considered a prudent and forward-looking use of public funds aimed at stimulating economic growth and positioning the territory competitively in the global cultural tourism market. 5B, as it pertains to the members of my cabinet publicly disagreeing with my decision, disagreements among members of a government on specific issues is nothing new. I can name several issues that caused public disagreement when leader of the opposition served in cabinet, or even as you sit in the opposition. However, in the case of my government, disagreements do not automatically translate to discord, and we manage disagreements respectfully and seek to enhance our understanding and working relationships. My respect for my colleagues has only increased with time, and I'm proud to serve alongside them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, we have a little bit of a challenge with the questioning, because I'm very specific, Madam Speaker, with my questions. And I ask for things in written form, I ask for things breakdown. Premier is just basically giving me anecdotal stuff that I can't do much with. Now, of the 220 that was spent by the government, you said that that is a government's injection. Does that include statutory boards, or that's a total?
That's just government.
So, Madam Speaker, can the Premier tell us, does that include statutory boards?
No.
So can the Premier then tell us, Madam Speaker, how much of taxpayers' money, whether through central government or statutory board, was given to the Vybz Kartel show?
Madam Speaker, just to say, of course, the Tourist Board gives grants to various events and organizations. Those don't require my approval, and often happen without my knowledge. So at this present moment, no, I don't know what the Tourist Board gave to the Vibes Cartel consort. I only know what I signed off on from central government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So therefore, it is possible that he got somewhere in the region of $300,000 of taxpayers' money. But Madam Speaker, the Premier is not answering the question, so I don't, there's hardly anything to supplement. Can't get any responses.
Testing. My mic is okay. My mic is back. I'm sorry, Premier, you said that was a second?
Yeah, first question was whether statutory boards included.
I understand. Yes, I agree. Which aspect of the question you're saying he did not answer?
Would the Premier and Minister of Finance please provide this Honourable House with a detailed breakdown in written form of the benefits to taxpayers? Taxpayers' money would also extend beyond government into statutory boards. I did not say government exposure, I said the taxpayers' money. The Premier is the Minister of Tourism. He ought to have called the Tourist Board to find out if the Tourist Board gave money. So he's not answering the questions. How much money of taxpayers' money went to Vibe Cartel Show? That is the question. I didn't ask what government exposure is. I didn't ask that question. So you can't say, first of all, he didn't answer the question, and then I need a supplementary, because I have to keep asking supplemental questions for information I should get. How much of taxpayers' money went to the show? Whether from central government or whether from a statutory corporation. It's still taxpayers' money. Can I get a question? Can I get an
Premier,
answer?
what is
Madam
your
Speaker?
thoughts on that?
Huh?
Premier,
That is a read the question.
what is your thought?
Madam Speaker, I answered the question that was asked.
All right.
I answered A and I answered B, and there was a little preamble in there. Asked about detailed breakdown of the benefits to the taxpayers, which I did, Madam Speaker. The question assumes that 300,000 was given, but it doesn't ask. Thank you.
All right. Member, Leader of the Opposition. Which point of, what are you raising on? Point of order, privilege, honorable.
Madam Speaker, the member said that he's asking supplemental to get information. Let us make it clear what a supplemental is for. If we can elucidate the answer that was given. That's all it's for. If you didn't give the answer, you can't ask a supplemental to something that you didn't know. If you don't understand the answer that he gave, you ask a supplemental not to elucidate that. Let's make it clear. I rise on a point of order. I rise on a point of order, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if someone asks a question and the minister gives an answer, and there is a need for a supplemental, it's only to elucidate the answer that was given. If he didn't give that answer, you cannot ask another question. Anything other than that is a separate question, which is for another date and another time.
Testing. Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker, I'll move on to the question, but the only problem I'm having, Madam Speaker, is that I'm not getting answers to the question. Question number 6, Madam Speaker, and again I'm asking, could the Premier and Minister of Finance, Madam Speaker, please provide this honorable with a written detailed breakdown? When I say written detailed breakdown, it means that the Premier is supposed to give me something in writing showing the information. I've asked that in 3 questions before, I haven't gotten it. But a detailed breakdown showing the cost and model of each vehicle assigned to each government official in his government. A, could he state what was the maintenance cost, inclusive of tire repairs, etc., for each vehicle over the past 2 years? B, could he state how much was spent on gas over the past 2 years? And C, could he state why his government adopted this policy of providing vehicles with all associated costs at the expense of the taxpayers? Why couldn't they drive their own vehicles to work? And Madam Speaker, again, I'm protesting. Given enough time, I want a detailed breakdown of this information so I can see it.
All right, Honorable, given that this is I think it's probably the 3rd time you've mentioned it, can I refer you to Standing Orders 18.2? So 18.2, a written reply to each question shall be read by the minister to whom the question is put, and a copy of the reply shall be handed to each member of the House. So it appears to me that he has to first give the oral answer and then thereafter provide a written. So when you ask for the detailed, let me just make sure I get it right. A detailed, detailed breakdown. I assume that comes in the written aspect of it. It's in the written aspect. Yes, Honorable. So that is my understanding of Standing Orders 18.2. If you disagree with my view, let me know.
Silent as to when it should be given. But if the Premier is operating in good faith, reading the question, you ought to know that even after you give me the response verbally, hand the written document to me. The Premier is deliberately avoiding the questions.
A written reply to each question shall be read by the minister, and a copy of the reply shall be handed to each member.
So based on this, it's almost as if it's supposed to happen immediately after. But in this case, if it's not happening immediately after, at least reading the question and understanding that I want a written response, the Premier is supposed to have his written detailed response. So at least after he's given his responses, have the document to hand to me. Because it's clear from the question what I'm seeking.
So Premier, when you read, and I mean, I think this is a point that I may need to just look at a bit more, because I do understand what the leader of the opposition is saying. But I mean, generally what we have been doing by convention is we read off all the answers and then provide the written copy after. Not immediately after each reply is given, but after all the replies have been given. But again, I'll take a look at it for the next occasion so that I could have a more detailed ruling on it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just for clarity, of course, the detailed answers are in the answers to the questions that I'll hand over when the questioning is completed. Yeah, Madam Speaker, this is the other point I would like to make. Just on behalf of the plants and the trees, and
No, Premier, don't make that point, please.
on behalf of
No, Premier. Let's
environmental-
not make that point because of what the standing orders state.
Yeah,
Let's not,
Madam-
I know what you want to get at, Premier, in terms of, I'm sure that given the whole go green, that is really the direction that we should be headed. But we do need to amend the standing orders so that we could be more in line with that.
Yes, Madam Speaker, that was my point.
Yes.
I believe that we should amend the standing orders, and even until we amend the standing orders, I believe as an environmentally conscious House of Assembly, I think most members have accepted electronic correspondence. And, you know, I just think it's more in keeping where we want to go as a world and as a people. That's just me, because based on the interpretation, Madam Speaker, of the leader of the opposition, I'd have to hand him paper after every single question. And that's just, in my view, not environmentally friendly. And it's not practical, Madam Speaker. But we also have to acknowledge, Madam Speaker, that the standing orders leaves room for interpretation. And we need to perhaps err on the side of the environment. I know my environmentalist friend, territorial member, agrees with me. Yes. Let me go ahead. Madam Speaker, answer 6. I'll just read, it's short enough for me to read out, Madam Speaker. In terms of the year of the vehicle for the Premier's office, we have in 2019 a Cadillac Escalade for $115,000. In 2020, we had a Jeep Grand Cherokee for $52,900. We had a 2019 Premier's Office, a Great Wall Haval 9 for $41,500. And Premier's Office, year 2024, we have Great Wall Haval 86 GT, $29,900. Ministry of Health and Social Development 2021, $42,500, Toyota 4Runner. Communications and Works 2019, $52,900 for a Jeep Grand Cherokee. Ministry of Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change 2023, $55,995. That's a Audi Q5 Sports back. Yeah. Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports 2019, $37,500, a Honda Pilot. Madam Speaker, in terms of the maintenance, I can just summarize the total cost. Maintenance cost amounts to $42,555.72 across the 2 years. And then gas expenditure was in the amount of $23,751.53. Madam Speaker, I have not formally adopted a policy. This was the existing policy when I became leader of the government. However, government officials have access to vehicles for various tasks. I'm not sure whether it is being suggested that no government official should have access to a government vehicle. This is the practice in many places in the world. Ministers of government in some places even have drivers and security. Adjusting the policy is not a priority for me, Madam Speaker.
Teston, I'm sorry, Premier, did I miss something? Did you answer B? Okay.
just for clarity, because I was writing down, the Premier would have these numbers. And this is not a supplementary, it's for clarity. The Premier, that's why I asked for a detailed breakdown, because it's difficult, you have to write while you list at the same time. It's a very difficult exercise. Can the Premier confirm then from my mathematics that in vehicle costs for your government over here, including maintenance and gas, you spent $488,000 in the last 2 years in vehicles and gas and everything?
Madam Speaker, in terms of maintenance and gas, over the last 2 years, is for maintenance is $42,555.72, and gas is $23,751.53.
And the vehicle numbers, and the vehicle numbers that you gave, the information was from 2019 or from 2023?
Madam Speaker, that goes back to 2019.
So just for my calculation again. So inclusive of, since the government came into office from 2019 up until now, you spent $488,000 overall, the Brazilian Party government.
Madam Speaker, over the last 2 years, it asked for 2 years.
But that was for maintenance and gas. I have that. That's fine. I'm asking you the substantive question about the cost of the vehicles themselves. And I was asking whether or not this figure represents the 2019 figure, or it's a blended figure, right? Spanning 2 administrations, Honorable Foy's own, part of which you got, and then yours.
So, Honorable, I'm sorry, I'm going to pause there because I'm trying to understand. You're saying this is for clarity, but I'm trying to understand what you're clarifying when it comes to you mentioning 2019.
No, because I thought, as I said, it's difficult to write and hear at the same time, right? When I was when I envisioned the question, I was thinking more of this particular 2-year span of the government. But it's clear that you're giving me more information, which is helpful. Thank you very much. But he was writing, the Premier was speaking while I was trying to write, so I was just asking for clarification that the total would have been $423,000 overall, and plus the $42,000 for maintenance and $23,000 for gas. Is that what you're saying to me?
Madam Speaker, I didn't total it, but I trust the Leader of the Opposition's math skills if he's done the calculations himself. Just to say, Madam Speaker, the introduction to the question asked about a detailed breakdown showing the cost and model of each vehicle assigned to each government official in his government. And let me just say, I believe, we've been having these vehicles for a while and we've gotten some good value for money for them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I don't think, Madam Speaker, that the Premier answered. Did you answer C, Premier, the second part? Why is it that the taxpayers have to, having regards to all the challenges that people are having and the hardship, why is it that you couldn't drive your own vehicles to work? Don't you all have vehicles?
Madam Speaker, as I said before, this was a policy that I met when I came to government, but it's something that we can review. I don't know if I should give my personal view, but it seems to me a part of the job. You have many persons in government, not just elected officials, who have vehicles, and if you get a job, depending on the type of job of it, sometimes a vehicle is provided as a part of the job. Somebody may not even have a vehicle and they become elected. Anybody can run for office. So I might drive a bicycle. I might ride a bicycle. You're saying I just continue riding a bicycle to work? So, certain jobs, there are certain accoutrements, so to speak, that come along with the job. And in my view, there's nothing wrong with it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Members, let's maintain order, please.
Seven.
Please.
Madam Speaker, why the other members are being so rude? They're talking over, they're not being very helpful at all. And sometimes you're trying to write and they're making their comments. But I don't know. You could exercise it in more decorum. Madam Speaker.
Members, please maintain order. Allow the member to ask his questions.
Thank you,
please.
Madam Speaker. I want to be able to hear the things properly. Madam Speaker, could the Premier and Minister of Finance please provide this Honourable House with a detailed written report of overseas trips taken by each of the members of his government and their respective entourage over the last 2 years, inclusive of the destination, the cost of the ticket, the hotel stay, and the per diem for each trip?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the breakdown of overseas trips taken by each of the members of government and their respective teams over the last 2 years is provided in the following table. The breakdown by ministry is provided in a spreadsheet, Madam Speaker. So I will read from the table.
Give me the, if you could, yep, Madam Speaker. Do you have the total? If you have the totals, Premier, just give me the totals.
Yeah,
Cross, and then when you give me the written information, then I'll see all the rest of the information.
all right, Madam Speaker. Premier's office, $492,163.22. $492,163.22. Ministry of Finance, $19,000.21. Ministry of Health and Social Development, $43,197.46. Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Social Development, $35,540.42. Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Social Development, $35,540.42. Ministry of Communications and Works is $42,412.06. Ministry of Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change, $71,489.45. Ministry of Financial Services, Economic Development and Digital Transformation, $179,212.75. And that's for a total of $883,015. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Can you state how much was, because I don't think you called out education. You said, Madam Speaker, just for clarity, right? You said Premier's office, 492, Ministry of Finance, 19,000, Ministry of Health, 43,000, Tourism Ministry, 35,000, Communication and Works, 42,000, Ministry of the Environment, 71,000, and Ministry of Financial Services, 179,000. You didn't say education.
Madam Speaker, the table that I have doesn't have that information. That must have been an oversight. I'll have to provide that subsequently, Madam Speaker. Huh? What? Okay.
You don't have the full figure then?
No, we're missing education.
And this is for a 2-year period?
Yeah, this is 2 years.
So, Madam Speaker, based on what the Premier is saying, between the travel and vehicles, you're looking at somewhere Over $1.3 million for government officials alone. Okay, thanks for that. And that includes per diem and everything? Or that just accommodation?
That's everything.
Okay. Madam Speaker, can we go on to question number 8? Madam Speaker, unemployment is perhaps at its highest rate in the history of this territory. The Premier and Minister of Finance, Honorable House, with a comprehensive plan of addressing this unemployment crisis, could you provide specific programs and initiatives in written form to be taken inclusive of timelines for implementation?
Madam Speaker, I thank Leader Opposition for his question. Madam Speaker, the member is making assumptions that the unemployment rate is at its highest in the history of the territory.
I said it's perhaps.
However, the data presented is showing the opposite. Before I provide the comprehensive plan of addressing unemployment, it is important that I share some data. According to data provided by the Central Statistics Office, the current unemployment rate of 2.3% is the lowest unemployment rate that I have seen in the Virgin Islands. The unemployment rate reached as low as 2.8% as per the 2010 Population and Housing Census. It remains steady at 2.9% based on data from a labor force survey done in 2015. Data from a rapid assessment survey conducted post-Irma in 2017 showed the unemployment rate reached an unprecedented level of 22.8%. The previous unemployment rate was 5.5%, which was calculated from the 2019 survey of living conditions. Madam Speaker, in an effort to tackle the unemployment rate in the territory, the Department of Labor and Workforce Development has developed a job readiness framework, which not only considers the immediate needs of employers, but also the long-term career prospects of residents. Through targeted training programs, continuous learning opportunities, and robust industry partnerships, the department aims to build a sustainable, well-prepared, and highly skilled workforce. The framework outlines a strategic workforce development program aimed at enhancing job readiness and closing the skill gaps to foster economic growth and improve the quality of life for BVI residents. The program will focus on developing soft and technical skills and career preparation with the use of training modules, workshops, and online learning. Madam Speaker, by investing in the development of our workforce, the department will not only be preparing individuals for immediate employment opportunities, but also equipping them with the ability to succeed in the workforce, which will in turn reduce the unemployment rate. Madam Speaker, the clerk has been provided with a copy of the Workforce Readiness Training Manual 2025 for circulation to members. You have it? The Workforce Readiness Training Manual 2025 was created by the Department of Labor and Workforce Development, and it includes the specific initiatives that the department is undertaking, along with the corresponding timelines. The Workforce Readiness Training Program is designed to bridge the skills gap in the Virgin Islands workforce by providing standard, industry-aligned training that equips Virgin Islanders with essential skills needed to thrive in today's competitive job market. Participants will gain hands-on experience, expert guidance, and practical knowledge in areas critical for career growth, including resume writing, interview techniques, financial decision-making, and other professional soft skills. Madam Speaker, I would also add that the rated program was one of the avenues through which unemployed persons receive temporary employment. For the past 2 years, 682 persons have been employed under the bush cutting contracts and 107 as apprentices. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, just for clarity, this is not a supplementary, because I was writing, right? Because I didn't get the detailed information. Premier, what did you say the unemployment rate right now? I thought I heard you say 2.3, but I can't believe you let somebody let you come up here, come say them kind of thing. 2.3%, that's, just clarify that that's what it is. That's what you said?
Madam Speaker, the Central Statistics Office provided us with information to say that the unemployment rate is 2.3%. So I've trusted the information that I've gotten from our very good public officers. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I'll just say, Premier, I would encourage
Is it
you
a
to-
follow-up?
I have one follow-up. I'll encourage you to verify that, because I can tell you categorically without even looking that the information is not accurate. Madam Speaker, the follow-up is that I've asked the Premier on several occasions to implement a program similar to what in the Ministry of Education for youth unemployment, where the government would pay a portion of the salary and the private sector would be involved and pay a portion of the salary. Could the Premier, Madam Speaker, tell us, you said it was a good idea twice and nothing has happened. Can you say where you are?
Yes, Madam Speaker. We're working on something similar through the rated program, Ministry of Financial Services, Economic Development and Digital Transformation. My aim is to get it going before year end. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I have repeatedly asked the House to provide work for adult-abled, differently abled persons in the territory. Madam Speaker, could the Premier and the Minister of Finance please tell this Honourable House what plans its government has with a firm timeline for implementation to help this vulnerable group in our territory to live a life of dignity, respect, and fairness like the rest of the population?
Madam Speaker, I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question. Madam Speaker, the Workforce Readiness Training Program is a program that promotes diversity and inclusion and caters to all residents of the Virgin Islands. This program also extends to the differently abled persons in the territory, and it presents an opportunity for them to receive the requisite skills to be workforce ready. I'll just add to that, Madam Speaker, that we'll have to work with the Ministry of Health, who I know is developing a policy as it pertains to differently abled persons. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Premier, did you list what the timeline is?
Madam Speaker, what the answer is suggesting is that differently abled persons can gain access to employment through the Workforce Readiness Training Program.
Thank you. Yes, Leader of the Opposition.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I have two follow-ups, but I'll yield to the territorial member Meta on the second one. This program, Premier, that you talked about, what's it called?
Workforce Readiness Training Program.
Is that, Madam Speaker, can the Premier tell us if the program is in effect and if it has been advertised? Because it's the first time I'm hearing anything about this. And I know the differently abled persons don't know anything about this either. So is this something you're doing in a vacuum?
Madam Speaker, it's something which is about to begin,
Timeline?
subject to some funding in the forthcoming SAP.
Timeline?
We hope to get this done sometime in the third quarter. Thank you.
Is the mic volume, please? Try again. Yes.
Madam Speaker. All right, great, thank you. Madam Speaker, I appreciate the legal opposition giving me this opportunity Premier, on that same question, standing out of section 18, number 4, Madam Speaker. I can proceed.
I'm sorry, what does 18.4 states?
After the answer to a question has been given, supplementary questions, number 4. 4A, supplementary questions may be asked by the originator of the question or by another member with permission of the originator. Thank you, Madam
And I take it based on what the member said earlier, you have the consent.
Yes, Madam
Please
Speaker.
proceed.
Madam Speaker, building on what was asked, I wanted to ask the Premier. He mentioned the budget, so I won't go there. I wanted to know, Premier, are there any plans for incentives to support the private sector companies to employ the differently abled? I've noticed some companies are employing, but is the government providing incentives while you're developing that program to help the private sector in the meantime?
Madam Speaker, something that I'm willing to consider. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, could the Premier and Minister of Finance tell this Honourable House how soon will the government pensioners receive their cost of living adjustment in a similar manner to that received by all public officials recently? A, could he state why the pensioners were excluded from this exercise in the first instance? And B, could he state when was the last time that he met with the members of this group and what was the outcome of those discussions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the government is currently in the final phase of the broader public service compensation review, which has been approached in 4 stages. The first addressed salary adjustments for active public officers, many of whom had at least a decade without a structured review. The second focused on allowances, ensuring they were up to date and fairly allocated. The third focused on an ongoing job reclassification assessment. In light of this, a comprehensive assessment of the framework for pensioners and ex gratia recipients can now be adequately addressed. Cabinet, at its meeting of 12 February 2025, approved the establishment of a pension reform steering committee, co-chaired by the Deputy Governor and the Financial Secretary. This committee is charged with reviewing pensions and ex gratia payments in the context of economic conditions, cost of living, and sustainability. Cabinet further tasked the Ministry of Finance with conducting a detailed review by June 2025 with a view to recommending appropriate increases for pensioners and surviving spouses who are receiving or eligible for a pension as at 1st January 2024, and ex gratia recipients who began receiving payments before 1st January 2024. The review is on schedule, and following the committee's final report and Cabinet's approval, the government anticipates implementation of the cost of living adjustments. Will come to fruition in the very near future. While I cannot preempt the exact figures or date, I assure this Honourable House that we are advancing with urgency and purpose. Madam Speaker, it is important to clarify that pensioners were not excluded. Rather, their inclusion was planned as a distinct and deliberate phase of the broader review. There are 2 key reasons for this approach. First, from a fiscal responsibility standpoint, it was essential to understand the long-term cost implications of salary increases for active public officers before extending adjustments to retired personnel. Second, the nature of pension adjustments, especially for fixed income retirees, requires a more tailored and evidence-based methodology, one that may differ from the active staff salary model. 3, methodologies are currently under active consideration. The first is an inflation-based adjustment, which would align pensions with the cumulative inflation rate since the last adjustment. This would protect retirees' purchasing power in a straightforward manner. The second is a flat percentage increase applying a uniform uplift to all pensions and ex gratia payments. This method appears simple but not necessarily responsive to individual need. The third and most targeted is an adjustment tied to a minimum expenditure basket, a representative sample of basic goods and services required to meet essential living standards in the BVI. While the MEB method provides the most accurate and needs-driven adjustment, it is also the most resource-intensive. These options are being thoroughly analyzed by the Ministry of Finance in collaboration with the Central Statistics Office to ensure the final recommendation is fair, affordable, and sustainable. Madam Speaker, engagement with pensioners has been ongoing, structured, and meaningful. A key vehicle for this engagement was endorsed by Cabinet earlier this year and includes as a standing member of the Virgin Islands Retired Public Officers, it includes a standing member of the Virgin Islands Retired Public Officers Association, the principal body representing retired public officers. This ensures that pensioners have a dedicated voice in the process and are actively involved in shaping the decisions that will ultimately affect them. Over the past few months, the work of the committee has focused on a technical feasibility assessment of the three proposed methodologies for adjusting pension and ex gratia payments: an inflation-based adjustment, a flat percentage increase, and an approach based on the minimum expenditure basket. Each of these methodologies carries different implications for cost, sustainability, and fairness. The committee has therefore been engaged in evaluating their economic and social impacts with input from the Central Statistics Office and other relevant agencies to ensure that the eventual recommendation to Cabinet is both fiscally prudent and equitable. It is envisaged that the representative of the Virgin Islands Retired Public Officers Association would keep to the forefront the group's key concerns, which include rising costs of healthcare, utility bills, and other basic living expenses. The government remains committed to ensuring that its retired public officers are treated fairly and with dignity, that the adjustments to be implemented reflect both current economic realities and the invaluable contributions these individuals have made to the development of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Standing Order 18-4A. I yield my questions to Honorable Turnbull.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank the leader of the opposition for allowing me to ask to follow up. Madam Speaker, Honorable Premier, during the Standing Finance Committee, it was then mentioned by the FS about this committee setup, who's going to be doing both the study or the feasibility study between the pensions and this, the pension contributions, and also the pensioners' amounts that we're talking about in this substantial question. Madam Speaker, my follow-up number one is, are we on target for the June deadline that was stated back then, and I just heard you reiterate the same thing? Are we on target for the end of June deadline for the assessments to be done, and with the hopes that the seniors or the pensioners will get their payments in July?
Madam Speaker, first of all, let me just say, of course, it's important that once we know the numbers, we'll be able to budget the specific amount of money, not just today, but moving forward, in consideration of all the people who will be retiring and are due to retire. And keep in mind, Madam Speaker, that we are introducing a contributory pension scheme whose main purpose is to ensure the sustainability of the entire system. So all our actions would be to promote sustainability. As it pertains to the June deadline, I say yes very nervously, with great nervousness. So, but I will push them to get it done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. Thank you for being cautious but honest in that answer, because, Madam Speaker, I believe the June deadline was aggressive because it's for both. It's for both the retirement, the contributory scheme, and the pension scheme, which I said in standing finance is going to be almost impossible because it's the same set of people doing the same work. My follow-up question number 2, Madam Speaker, is, Premier, while this exercise continues, and we are expecting that those who will retire or who have retired recently would expect to get something additional, those that have retired previously continue to suffer based on the cost of living that exists. What can be done to supplement their income in the meantime?
Supplement their income on the basis of their retirement from the public service. I'm not sure if anything can.
Yep, sorry, Madam Speaker, I should have said that. What can the government do, or your government do now, to supplement the income that is lacking between the cost of living, the high healthcare costs, and everything else, while this exercise is concluded and a decision is made based on the study?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're taking somewhat of a comprehensive view across the territory. I mentioned some of it as it pertains to targeted interventions focused on controlling the high price of food, for instance, and the high cost of living. We spoke about the reforms we've done in social development, a social protection policy, which we've passed, and a social protection act that is should be coming soon. And I believe there are other things that can be done in terms of advice to retirees, other initiatives that can be done for persons to seek various types of employment, because not because you're retired doesn't mean that you just go home and sit down. You know, there's a lot that can be done with retirees, including things through heritage and culture and things like that. So of course I don't have all the answers, but I think it's good for us to sit down and to discuss what can be done to support this vulnerable group. I would say that the Ministry of Health and Social Development is perhaps the key and leading agency in terms of support to that group, whether private or public, retirees who are a vulnerable portion of the population.
Minister of Finance, please tell this Honorable House what was the rationale for the amount approved by his government for the new minimum wage in the territory?
Madam Speaker, I thank the leader of the opposition for the question. The increase to the minimum wage will be implemented in a phased approach. This phased approach will help mitigate against economic shock and help balance the impact of the wage increase. This approach aims to give businesses time to adjust their operating costs while ensuring that the employees benefit from better wages. This approach also allows time to necessary measures to be implemented to support the minimum wage. I'll repeat.
Try again.
Madam
please.
Speaker, I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question. The increase to the minimum wage will be implemented in a phased approach. This phased approach will help mitigate against economic shocks and help balance the impact of the wage increases. This approach aims to give businesses time to adjust their operating costs while ensuring that employees benefit from better wages. This approach also allows time for the necessary mitigating measures to be implemented to support the minimum wage increase. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Or two? Madam Speaker, could the Premier tell us why didn't he try to address some of the cost of living issues simultaneously with the increase? You run the risk, Madam Speaker, of that increase being evaporated by the grocery stores, rent, and different issues. Why didn't you try to address that simultaneously so that people can have more disposable income at the end of it?
Madam Speaker, well, that's the rationale for phasing it. Of course, as persons would know, there was a $8.50 minimum wage being proposed. So we didn't want to go with that right away for the very same reason that you suggest, that it would have impacted the cost of doing business, and most likely that additional expense would have been passed on to the consumers. After evaluation, of course, the committee did a lot of work, and it would seem, of course, that the impact of the 725 is not as burdensome and onerous, because quite a number of employers are already paying $7 and upwards. There are just a few employers paying below the 725 right now. So it is hoped that the business owners would be able to absorb those increases. But at the very same time, we are seeking to take some measures which are pro-business. We've been in discussions with the business community in a number of ways, exploring ways in which we can help them, whether it's through discussions about the tariff structures, the expenses at the ports, other things as well that we can do for the business community that can help them to mitigate against any further increases in the cost of doing business. But we know that this particular group is a vulnerable group, and very urgent that we're able to ensure that they have something that they can live on. And that the $6 was just too low for persons to be able to survive on. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question 12. Madam Speaker, the high cost of living, particularly the price for groceries and rent, are causing significant hardship for the ordinary citizens of this country. But the Premier Minister of Finance, please provide his Honourable House with a written, detailed plan to address the high cost of living in the territory. Could he provide a specific timeline for implementation of each initiative, cost of living?
Madam Speaker, I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question. Madam Speaker, the high cost of living, particularly with groceries and rent, is indeed a pressing concern for citizens and my government. The heavy reliance on imported goods, coupled with the uncertainty of global economic conditions and policy decisions surrounding U.S.-imposed tariffs and trade negotiations, leads to imported inflation, as evidenced by the rising costs of food items, construction materials, and other essential goods. As a government, we recognize the impact that these rising costs have on consumer households and the strain on their disposable incomes, especially for the vulnerable. Madam Speaker, as we navigate these challenging times and in a proactive effort to address the high cost of living, my government is considering options such as market reforms, trade diversification, and social protection mechanisms through the implementation of an increase to the minimum wage in a phased approach, the establishment of a protected basket of essential goods to create a framework for price stabilization of food, hygiene, and household items, adopting a comprehensive trade alternative partnership strategy that creates the roadmap for understanding our current needs for trade diversification, including new trade routes and the path towards full diversification, food import and supply chain diversification options through bilateral arrangements. Formal engagement has already begun with a recent trip to St. Martin, aimed at identifying options for trade diversification, better price options, procurement collaboration, and other areas of mutual interest. the updating of the consumer protection legislation to create a protection framework for consumers and support fair trade practices, the exploration of other options, including a better understanding of the rent and housing market, aimed at identifying ways to stabilize operations around the rising cost of living, the creation of a mechanism to review minimum wage alignment as recommended in the minimum wage report as a continuous economic assessment tool to determine wage adequacy relative to the cost of living. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Supplementary. Premier, you've been speaking about this basket of goods for the better part of 2 years now. I heard you repeat it in the statement again. What is taking the government so long to put this basket of goods together? It's been 2 years I've heard this song and dance.
Madam Speaker, the legislation, I believe we have to return to it, the Consumer Protection Act. I believe members are well aware of what happened with that act as it pertains to the Trade Commission. But the good news is we're about ready to bring that piece of legislation back. And of course, we have the Ministry of Financial Services, Economic Development, and Digital Transformation, which has been doing good work on the area in recent times. And I believe that we are now prepared more than ever to actually implement that basket of goods. So persons won't have to wait too much longer. Thank you.
So when?
I would say before the end of the year. Thank you.
The member for the second made a very good public suggestion of a consumer price index as a means to be able to keep the cost of goods at a particular level to avoid price gouging. Is that something that you're prepared to look at, Premier?
Madam Speaker, that's actually in the legislation. And actually, Madam Speaker, you know, there's some other techniques we can use, I believe, like, of course, a publication of the prices. There's something that we went to St. Martin and they were doing. They would take particular products and they would publish the prices of those products, and it would stimulate competition. And of course, you know, those are all, I think, measures and techniques which would be useful in seeking to control the cost of living. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, question 13. I think I asked 13 in a supplementary, Premier, so I'll skip 13. Yes? Sure. 14. Madam Speaker, this entire territory is crying out for access to a reliable supply of potable water. The issue cannot be fixed without the appropriate financial resources being provided to fix it. Could the Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honourable House how much financial resources will be provided to the Ministry of Works and the Water and Sewage Department to address the problem of constant bursting pipes, leaking reservoirs, the needed equipment, including fixtures and fittings, to end what has become a nightmare for the people of the territory?
Madam Speaker, I thank the Leader of Opposition for his question. Madam Speaker, I wish to provide a detailed overview of the financial allocations dedicated to critical aspects of our water infrastructure for the 2025 fiscal year. These allocations pertain specifically to water reservoir repairs, water network improvements, and the acquisition of maintenance equipment and supplies for the Water and Sewage Department. $720,000 has been allocated to water reservoir repairs. This funding source through loan financing falls under the responsibility of the Ministry of Communications and Works. $2 million has been allocated for water network improvements, like the reservoir repairs. These funds are drawn from loan financing and are also managed by the Ministry of Communications and Works. Madam Speaker, on the capital acquisition side, under the remit of the Water and Sewage Department, an allocation of $150,000 has been made under the repairs, maintenance, supplies budget line. These funds will support the procurement of essential items such as fixtures, pipes, and fittings needed to replenish inventory and ensure the department can effectively carry out its maintenance responsibilities. These investments underscore our continued commitment to strengthening and sustaining our water infrastructure in service to the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the Premier called out some figures that he seemed to be satisfied should have been sufficient to address the issue. Is the Premier saying that the Ministry of Communication and Works isn't doing their job effectively since he has already provided this money? Is that what he's saying?
Madam Speaker, let me just commend the Ministry of Communications and Works, the Water and Sewage Department, who I know is working hard in a very difficult situation. For many years, of course, our distribution network has become dilapidated. Our storage has become dilapidated. And the Minister of Communications and Works and his team is tasked now with refurbishing and rehabilitating a very aged and decrepit infrastructure. And of course, more resources is always needed. You know, we try to provide as much resources as possible, but of course there are lots of competing needs. Part of the reason why we got that $100 million loan is to provide more resources to be able to address the challenging situation. My colleagues recently on a radio program spoke about some of the challenges we've had in terms of procurement, making it take too long to be able to get the work done. The Minister of Communications and Works also has put forward a plan to make water and sewage, or to combine water and sewage and electricity corporation. All of these measures which are being taken, I believe, will go a long way in helping to rectify the problem that we have. But I'm not saying it's going to be an easy task. It's a difficult task, but I believe we are equal to the task. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker? Premier, I thank you very much for all those lovely things that you have said. It's now 7:05, and I can bet the water is off in District 6 from 7 o'clock and other areas. So you sound good with what you're saying to me, but the problem is still persisting. My question to you, Premier, you are the leader of this country, political leader of this country. Water problems is perhaps they probably tie with roads now, or probably surpass roads. Have you, as the Minister of Finance and the Premier, corralled all the persons responsible, the Minister, the Ministry of Communication and Works, Water Sewage Department, and insert yourself as the leader to understand what is the problem to try to get it fixed? Because you seem to have left this thing up to the Minister of Communication and Works, and it's not getting any better. Have you, as the leader of the country, taken the bull by the horn like what a leader should do and try to get this problem fixed for the people? Apart from the flowery talk, what do you do?
Madam Speaker, let me say first and foremost that I sympathize with those persons who are having challenges with water. You know, of course, water is necessary for life, and nothing is more frustrating than going to your faucets and turning it on and then not finding anything there. And I don't want anyone to think for a moment that we take it lightly, the situation as it pertains to water. That is why my colleagues and I have been discussing how we deal with this challenging situation. Of course, I'm in constant communication with the Minister of Communications and Works, who I have great confidence in. I know that he understands the problem and he understands what is needed to get it solved. We also have the support of a veteran and a very seasoned politician and statesman who I've been able to benefit from his advice as the Deputy Premier, as well as the Minister for Communications and Works. So we're proposing some things that we believe that will assist with the problem. It's not just Florida, you know. Of course, we are all residents in this territory, so either ourselves or our family members experience water problems. You know, we're not living on a different planet. We are right here in the Virgin experiencing it along with everyone else. And we want to see a very timely and urgent solution. So we're just asking for the public to bear with us a little longer while we seek to rectify the problem. But we appreciate the fact that persons are very frustrated. But we are working to rectify the problem. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, those are my questions for the Premier. I thank the Premier for his efforts made to answer my questions, and I ask him to swiftly provide the written documentation and also the information specific to the Ministry of Education, which you seem to have forgotten in relation to the travel for that ministry. As the written would say. All right.
Yes. Leader of the opposition, you may continue with your questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Communication and Works please tell this Honourable House whether the alternate road needed to exit the Bargos Bay community had been provided for in the $100 million loan facility or any other form of government funding? If not, could he state why not, and tell this Honourable House when will this pressing issue be addressed?
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the construction of the alternate road to exit Bargos Bay is a major project that would need to be executed using a phased approach. Given the scope of works and the significant budgetary commitment that it would require, at this time, the ministry is preparing to engage an external engineer to work on and complete the designs for this project. The completion of the designs would inform cost estimates and any potential encroachment issues, if any, and guide engagement with the community towards finalization of the construction of the road. When these critical areas are finalized, the source of funding will be determined. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for his question. Minister, could you tell me, or tell the Honourable House and the good people of District 6 who I know must be listening, have you decided which route you will take for the alternate road? Because it appears that what you say you're in the planning stage, so it means that you would have made some decision, at least preliminary decision in terms of where the exit road will go. Can you tell us, Madam Speaker? Thank you,
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there's an existing road where there are quite a few of encroachment issues. The member would have taken me on a site visit, and that is the area that we are looking at as we go through the preliminary phase in terms of the designs for that.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, I think you have about $38 million or so coming from that loan facility. From the good people of District 6 in the Bargos Bay community, you saw what happened there the other day, Madam Speaker, when the road was blocked off. Actually happened twice, back to back. Is it possible, having in regards to the urgency, that you could find it in your good heart, which I know you have, to address that road from that $38 million that you're getting from the $100 million loan facility?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the beauty about the money is that it's there. The project is not at the stage for funding as yet. So to assign it, we understand what happens with the budget cycle, can assign it, and if the project is not ready, then it would be lost throughout the budget cycle. So as we go through the preliminary stage, we will then address the funding once we get to the stage of costing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But The point, don't spend up all the money, save a little bit there for that road fee. Question number 2. Madam Speaker, the road rehabilitation and stabilization project in Sabbath Hill was recently out for tender. As representative for the district, for District 6, of which Sabbath Hill is a part, would the Minister of Communication and Works please provide this Honourable House with an update on the process, and when could the good people of Sabbath Hill see this project commence? And A, the second part, an important part of alleviating the traffic congestion that takes place while going into Sabbath Hill from Bellevue is the widening of the current entry road. At a recent meeting on the project, this was raised by all residents in attendance. The Minister stated whether his ministry would approach the adjacent landowners and engage in discussions with them to help to alleviate this problem for the people.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Leader of the Opposition for that question. Madam Speaker, the tender bids for this project, as we are in the process of, after designing and engineering and understanding the costs, the tender bids for this process, for this project, were recently received by the Ministry of Finance. Madam Speaker, a total of 11 bids were submitted to the Central Tenders Board, where they will be evaluated before a recommendation is advanced to Cabinet for approval. While we cannot provide a definitive timeline for when the project will commence, I want to assure the residents of Sabbath Hill that this remains a priority project for the ministry aimed at alleviating the current hazards faced by the community. The ministry is fully committed to funding this project and will continue to provide updates as the procurement process progresses towards Cabinet approval of the contractor. A, Madam Speaker, the ministry will approach the adjacent landowners to share the designs and plans and discuss the encroachment issues of the entrance road leading to the Sabbath Hill community in a later phase of this project.
Thank you very much, Minister. Question number 3. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Communication and Works please advise on the status of my request as representative for the 6th District to have contract number MCW-006-2023 in the amount of $77,933 from the district's civil mitigation capital head repurposed to a more urgent road improvement project in the Butu Mountain Bellevue area. A, could you state why my request has taken this long while flooding and other problems continue to affect the lives of the people in the Butu Mountain Bellevue area?
Madam Speaker, after review, the ministry is prepared to approve the request of the representative for the 6th District to have contract number MCW 006-2023 approved. And this will be done based on the basis that we would revisit the initial project for the contract as communicated by the district representative to myself. My ministry will collaborate closely with the 6th District representative to initiate and secure the necessary engineering designs and bill of quantities to advance the Butu Mountain project, as the ministry is cognizant of the challenges facing the community in this area. 1, or A. Madam Speaker, the delay in responding was necessary to allow for a thorough assessment of the request and to consider the potential financial and legal implications of granting approval.
One follow-up. Madam Speaker, could the minister tell me what form the approval will take? As I've spoken to the ministry a while now about this situation, and I reduced it in writing on the 6th of March 2025, addressed to the Permanent Secretary, and can you tell me when I'll get communication back in writing to say that my request has been approved? And while you're on your feet, can you tell me when I could get some action.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The ministry will respond in short notice. Action has already been taken as engineering has been engaged to get the drawings done for this project.
Okay, Madam Speaker, a follow-up. An engineer has been engaged. Who public work engineers will be engaged? Okay. We have to talk about something in Canberra, Minister. I sent communication down recently. I don't think you saw it. I sent something recently, but we'll talk about it off camera. But I thank you for your efforts, Minister. Question number 4. Madam Speaker, there have been very frequent electricity interruptions recently, which have been causing much discomfort and inconvenience to the people of District 6 and the Territory. Could the Minister for Communication and Works please tell this Honourable House what is the reason for all these recent power outages and how he plans to address the issue? And A, these power outages very often destroy consumers' electrical equipment such as refrigerators, etc. Is there any initiative in place to assist customers with the cost of replacing their equipment caused by these now frequent and sudden interruptions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I acknowledge that any electricity disruption can cause inconvenience and discomfort. The reasons for power outages generally fall into 2 categories. These are necessary scheduled outages. These are necessary to safely perform critical maintenance and infrastructure upgrades, except in urgent safety-related cases. And BVIEC provides at least 48 hours public notice. Examples include generator overhauls, essential for long-term performance and system stability. Line clearing prevents outages caused by vegetation and reduces storm vulnerability. Switchgear and feeder maintenance ensures reliable switching operations and prevents cascading faults. And then we have the unscheduled outages. These result from mechanical faults, adverse weather, equipment failures, or protective system responses. Examples include equipment failure, lightning strikes, vehicular accidents, which is common. Current and forthcoming corrective actions in a 0 to 6 month outlook. And BVIC has embarked on a strategic ongoing program to enhance system reliability and improve the customer experience. These initiatives are comprehensive, addressing managerial, technical, and operational improvements. Key actions include completion of critical switchgear and feeder upgrades, which may require scheduled outages, expansion of real-time monitoring system to detect anomalies faster through a SCADA project that would be beyond the 6 months, system automation improvements to isolate faults and restore affected areas more quickly, and that is the SCADA project, and continued aggressive scheduled generator maintenance and condition assessment. Ongoing high voltage line inspection and vegetation clearing is in targeted communities. Load shedding adjustments to minimize community discomfort. To reduce inconvenience during unscheduled outages, BVIEC adjusts its load shedding strategy to minimize power interruptions, particularly in areas experiencing recurrent disruption and during peak maintenance period. While no power system can be entirely free from interruptions, BVIEC remains firmly committed to maintaining and improving the reliability of the territory's electricity supply. The measures currently in place, along with those planned over the coming months, will continue to enhance our system performance and reduce service interruptions in the affected communities. BVIEC thoroughly investigates BVIEC thoroughly investigates all complaints where customers believe the equipment has been damaged due to BVIEC's negligence. When it's determined that BVIEC is at fault, compensation is provided to the customer. This is a standard and ongoing practice. However, in the vast majority of cases, equipment damages result from factors unrelated to BVIEC's operation, and compensation is not provided in those instances. We encourage customers who believe their equipment was damaged due to outages to follow the established process at BVIEC to ensure that their complaints are addressed. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Madam Speaker, a follow-up on A. So, Minister,
Yes.
you said that an assessment is done to make the determination if BVIEC is responsible. This assessment is done by BVIEC?
Yeah.
So the person who mash up my thing, assessing it to tell me that they may mash it up? Is that what you're saying?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if a customer says that I mash it up, then I'll go and do the assessment and confirm.
It's more, my comment now is more than a comment than a question, Minister. Can I suggest that you try to get an independent inspector to make that determination? Because it just doesn't look right. The same person who you're saying is responsible for destroying your equipment because of a sudden power outage is the same person coming out to inspect to say that they didn't do it. It seems one-sided. I want to just suggest that to you. To try to get an independent review for that. If you got question number 5. Madam Speaker, water interruptions have become an unwelcome norm for the PPI, which is completely unacceptable. The water, for example, in District 6 goes off at approximately 7 p.m. every evening. I've witnessed myself as district representative that the reservoir in Fort Hill is leaking severely. And as the problem comes, and as the water comes into the tank, it flows right out. I'm also aware that this problem has been happening for a very long time. Could the Minister of Communication and Works please tell this Honorable House when this situation will be addressed so that the good people of District 6 and the surrounding areas can receive 24-hour access to water? And A, has the Minister considered the danger to the lives and property of people in the Fort Hill area who live in close proximity to this leaking reservoir?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to begin by sincerely acknowledging the concerns raised by the Honourable Member for the 6th District, and more importantly, the very real and ongoing frustration felt by the residents of District 6 and the surrounding areas. The daily water interruptions, particularly the consistent shut-off around 7 p.m., are indeed unacceptable and fall short of the level of service that our people rightfully expect and deserve. The Ministry has submitted a tender document to the procurement unit within the Ministry of Finance for the repair of reservoirs, including Fort Hill. This tender is currently active with bids scheduled to close in early July. Upon conclusion of the procurement process and the awarding of the contract, a qualified company will be engaged to carry out the critical repairs to the Fort Hill Reservoir. A. Madam Speaker, we've not only considered the danger to lives and property of the people of the Fort Hill area, but we've also engaged a company, Florida Aqua Store, at the cost of $45,000, where a deposit is being mobilized for them to carry out the most critical and remedial works at the reservoir. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, follow-up. Madam Speaker, so you're saying that you had a tender out for all the reservoirs, but you have chosen one contractor essentially already for the works at Fort Hill? That's what you're saying, Minister?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think the member's question basically is the reason why. We understand the urgency and the danger of the leaking. No, this work is just to do the remedial works, to do some patching on it. But the entire tender would encompass the entire reservoirs, the completion of the whole works. But you want to just patch some of the leaky areas right now.
Madam Speaker, just one other question for the Minister. Minister, have you considered recommissioning the plant in Bogos Bay? Would that help the situation? Given that some thought?
Madam Speaker, it's something that we have discussed. I think the last assessment, we realized that it would be a very costly venture. But if it's something that is critical as that, we can definitely look at it. I don't think we have a challenge with water production. More so we have a challenge with the water infrastructure, the dilapidated pipes, the failing PRVs and so forth that needs to be replaced. And those are the focus, along with getting the reservoirs addressed, making sure that the water that comes to the reservoir, we can give account for that, and the water leaving. This would assist us with noting that if water is distributed to a community, we expect that community to receive that amount of water. It will also help us with, even non-revenue water, theft, and so forth.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Minister for answering my question.
Honorable, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Education, Youth Affairs and Sports please provide this Honourable House with an update, including a timeline for the commencement of work to rebuild the Bellevue sporting facility?
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Leader of the Opposition and the member for the 6th District for the question and for his continued interest in the development of the Bellevue sporting facility. The Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports fully recognizes the importance of such spaces in promoting youth engagement, healthy lifestyles, and community cohesion. Following the devastation caused by the 2017 hurricanes, the government remains committed to restoring and improving key community infrastructure. I am pleased to report that with funding allocated under the 2025 budget, supported by the district representative, we are making steady progress. On 27 May 2025, I had the opportunity to meet with the Honorable Member for the 6th District at my request to discuss the project in detail. I sincerely thank the member for accepting that invitation, and I deeply value the productive discourse that took place. Let me also say that this level of open and constructive engagement is welcomed and encouraged from all members of this Honorable House. As a next step, Madam Speaker, the Ministry will proceed with developing architectural designs for the new gymnasium and community space as agreed. Once the draft designs are prepared, a stakeholder meeting will be held in Bellevue to gather community input and ensure that the final outcome aligns with the needs and aspirations of the residents. A definitive construction timeline will be provided once designs are finalized and the necessary approvals and funding arrangements are confirmed. This project is part of our broader commitment to revitalizing community sporting infrastructure across the territory. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Minister for her question. And Minister, I know it's a little difficult for you to say when the work will commence, but can you make an undertaking that the work will finish before early 2027?
Madam Speaker, I am certain that it is the intention of both myself as a territorial member and that of the member for the 6th District to ensure that we meet that deadline as articulated. Once the designs are completed, my aim is whether hopefully in a SAP or in the next budget cycle to ensure that we have the funding necessary to construct this very integral facility, not just for the 6th District, but as in the past for the entire territory. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Minister. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Education, Youth Affairs and Sports please tell this Honourable House if there's an overall development plan for the Elmo Stout High School? If so, could she present a copy of that plan to this Honourable House?
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question regarding the development plan for the Elmo Stout High School, a matter of significant importance to the ministry and the people of this territory. Madam Speaker, I have been advised that over the years, several layout plans have been developed for the Elmo Stout High School campus. However, these various concepts were created prior to the catastrophic impacts of the 2017 hurricanes and before the construction of new academic blocks in the southeastern section of the campus. As such, those earlier plans no longer fully reflect the current configuration or the long-term infrastructural and pedagogical needs of the institution. To this end, Madam Speaker, the ministry is currently engaged in an internal process to review, assess, and develop a new comprehensive master plan for the Elmo Stout High School. This process is informed by our broader vision for education transformation and the need for resilience, functionality, and future readiness in our school infrastructure. Consultation with key stakeholders, including educators, students, parents, and technical experts, is ongoing. This collaborative engagement will inform and guide the development of draft plans, ensuring that the final master plan is one that reflects sound technical design and also the collective aspirations of the community it serves. In keeping with our commitment to transparency and collaboration, updates will be provided to this Honourable House as the process advances. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Madam Speaker, could the Minister tell us, I know it's a bit difficult, but you should have a little timeline. What timeline do you have in place to have this plan ready? Even if you don't meet it, at least something that you're looking towards.
Madam Speaker, it's a bit difficult to answer the question as the member stated, really because the ministry has been focused on a more phased approach due to funding availability. And so what we've had to do is use the funding that we have to meet immediate needs. If funding is made available so that we can support that overall strategic plan, we would be able to shift our focus there. But for now, given the limited resources, we have had to focus on remediating infrastructural concerns that are immediate and urgent. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Madam Speaker, question number 3. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Education, Youth Affairs and Sports please tell this Honourable House what is the cost associated with the small huts being built on the Elmo Stout High School campus to apparently house the food vendors? And A, could you state whether there are tangible plans in the works for building a cafeteria and auditorium for the school, and if so, when will this commence?
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question and for his interest in the ongoing improvements at the Elmo Stout High School campus. Madam Speaker, the project in question was implemented in direct response to an urgent and long-standing need to improve the conditions under which food was being served to students. Prior to this intervention, there were no adequate provisions in place for the proper and sanitary dispensation of food during school hours. The existing arrangements were unconducive and posed health and safety concerns, which made the development of an interim solution a priority for the ministry. With the support of the school administration and funds allocated for works, a phased approach was adopted to provide more hygienic, structured, and regulated vendor spaces. To this end, the ministry engaged an architect to design 12 vendor kiosks, each outfitted with water and electricity access in line with basic standards established by the Environmental Health Department, which was previously not accessible. A labor-only contract was issued, and the ministry's internal project team, led by the Chief of School Infrastructure and Maintenance, managed the procurement of necessary supplies in consultation with the architect. The total cost incurred to date for the development of the vendor kiosk is $245,237.81, and the projected final cost for completion is $265,838.14. This includes $5,500 for design services, $124,500 for labor, $110,187.81 for material, and $5,050 for earthworks. The remaining works consist of painting, for which a provisional sum of $20,000 has been included to allow for the completion of that component. Madam Speaker, while this project serves as an interim measure, it was a critical one. Every student deserves to access meals in a clean, safe, and structured environment, and this initiative reflects the ministry's ongoing commitment to student health and well-being. Madam Speaker, with regard to the broader infrastructural development, the ministry does indeed have a vision to continue the advancement of Elmore South High School campus. This long-term vision includes, among other priorities, the construction of a purpose-built cafeteria and auditorium. However, I must be transparent in noting that in recent years, the annual funding allocated to infrastructure development at Elmore South High School has been capped at $500,000. Given the number of pressing initiatives that have arisen, many tied to basic health, safety, and functionality, the ministry has not yet been in a financial position to actively develop or implement full plans for a cafeteria or auditorium. Instead, we have focused on making necessary interim improvements that address the most immediate needs of students and staff, such as the vendor kiosks. Nonetheless, we remain committed to the long-term development of this institution and will continue to advocate through the national budget process for the funding needed to bring these larger projects to life. In that regard, Madam Speaker, I humbly request the support of the Honorable Member and indeed all members of this House as we work to secure the resources necessary for the continued advancement of the Elmore South High School campus in a way that reflect our collective aspirations for the education system in this territory. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, can I get some, just a quick clarity? Minister, you said $245,000? Is that what you said?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Minister, how many, you call them kiosks, right? That's what you call them? How many kiosks you're building for $245,000?
Madam Speaker, with due respect, I answered that already in my initial response.
No, I had a senior moment. I didn't hear you, Minister. Tell me how many kiosks or huts are you building for the 245?
Madam Speaker, you know it's very ironic. The member wants details, and I initially down to every part of the project, break down the cost at every level. So I will repeat myself.
I just want the amount, Minister. I really didn't hear you.
The project entails 12 vendor kiosks at the Elmore South High School.
That's Madam Speaker.
All right, Honorable, I believe that ends your questions.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
All right, so members, at this time, we will take the recess and return on Thursday at 1 p.m. Thursday, the 5th of June, 2025 at 1 p.m. House is in recess.